Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shabif Lak, okay, from Yum Yum Business School, and I'm the MC today. Yeah. Today we have the second international summit on brand licensing and IP management. Yeah. This is the event of the project entitled "How to Build Hong Kong as the brand licensing and IP trading and management hub in Asia, particularly in Southeast Asia and China, Greater China region." Okay, and today we will have a number of presentations, but before we have presentation, and then we will have the opening ceremony. Yeah, 今天是我们第二届这个国际高峰论坛是这个品牌授权跟 IP 买卖跟管理高峰论坛。今天我们会有大概8位这个讲解，但是在我们这些讲解开始之前，我们先举办一个开幕仪式。To start with, may I invite Mr. Kenny Fok Kai Kwong, JP, Legislative Council member of Hong Kong SAR government, yeah, to be the official guest. Yeah, may I invite Henry? Yeah, Mr. Fok. 都可以用呢個喎。可以呢個人得。
OK， 好好，咁企邊度好啊？呢度都 OK 㗎啦。OK， 好。Honorary Ma Fung-kwong, Dr. Toby Chan, Professor Liu, Professor William Wang, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm also part of the PolyU family, being a core member. So coming back here is a sense of, familiarity. And it's a pleasure to be here for the opening of the second International Summit on Brand Licensing and IP Management and Businesses. I think it's a hugely important topic to have a discussion right now, especially for the future development of Hong Kong. I was just having a quick conversation. I didn't realize, of course, with COVID, there's a limited number of people who can come to the lecture room today. But online, on the first summit, more than 70,000 people joined. And I'm sure for the second edition, it will far exceed this, which means that, it really is an important topic. And many people from many industries are very, looking forward to upgrading themselves or finding a pathway moving forward. So really, I'm happy to see a lot of materials and experts from, of course, locally and also internationally, but also especially from the Asian countries and further away. So it's a wonderful platform for practitioners and people from industry to be able to exchange ideas on brand management and IP licensing. To me, I think we're moving towards a very fast digital age. And the creation of cultural and especially artistic works and such has really been accelerated very quickly throughout the past few years. The number of products, outputs, things like NFTs and different products have really caught people's attention. And people have new expectation on innovation, and the protection of the international property rights have become more important. And at the same time, I think it's become also much more complicated than before. On a grander level, I think the National 14th Five-Year Plan has set out a long-range objective for our country, really a blueprint for us to move forward. So within it, it affirms the role and position of Hong Kong in the overall development of our nation. Especially, it supports Hong Kong to be a major player as an international property trading hub. So to me, this is a major directive above and beyond our traditional role in finance, real estate, logistics centers as such. So just quickly, as we all know, we're graced with President Xi Jinping's visit on the 1st of July. And in this important speech, really talks about the one country, two system framework, which is unique to Hong Kong. And it's a system that's tried and tested and definitely here to stay. And it's really our advantage and cornerstone for economic growth. So, being the only common law jurisdiction within China, Hong Kong has a sophisticated and robust legal system. And this is really our legal system is really sound and trusted. And it's a foundation for Hong Kong to have a distinct advantage to be positioned as an IP trading hub, a issue that we are talking about it today. Also, I think another advantage besides the one country, two system is the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, so-called we call Greater Bay Area now. In a recent report in 2020, the Guangdong Provincial Intellectual Property Financialization Index was ranked first in the country. So as a gateway for Hong Kong, we are naturally and perfectly positioned to leverage on this advantage that, on the country's development. So I think both in terms of our legal and also our one country, two system and our positioning has really given us a very good advantage moving forward. Looking back in history, you see very many successful Hong Kong homegrown IPs, movies, music, fashion labels, IP brands. They are very well known and they have really been exported, and people all around the region have known us as our identity. How we could portray our heritage in a unique and creative way, telling a very sound story from our perspective, from Hong Kong's perspective, from China's perspective. Licensing is a fundamental tool for diffusing innovation and fostering creativity by helping local innovators to be rewarded for their efforts. And as we mentioned just now, I think it's a real new way for our young people to engage our young people, for them to have a new, different pathway, different future moving forward. So it's not just about brand trading, it's about our giving attention and opportunities for our young people. And talking about young people, I'm also involved in esports. And esports has been going very fast, double-fold every year. According to Newzoo, actually, the global esport market is about to generate $176 billion in 2021, and it's actually growing ever since. And I've noticed myself, esport merchandising, esport characters, gaming characters, and all this have become a very new and trendy ecosystem by itself. Now we have characters having concerts and different products that come out from just simply a computer game. So these are all opportunities that we can all look forward to and really capture as Hong Kong. I think without going too long on the speech, I think there are two issues that I really want to raise. First of all is our legal system. As we know, our protection for our IP legal system has been really outdated, as David knows very well, and we're working very hard on. And Honorary Ma Fung-Kwok is chairing our Bills Committee. I could say finally we are on track again on putting back the legal framework necessary to protect every one of you, no matter which side of the business you're on. This is something that we're catching up with times. But I think moving forward, I think with David here, maybe you can, he's promised me that, we should review it, because licensing and law protection, it moves very fast. I was talking about esports, we talk about AI technology. We can never predict what's going to happen in 2 years. And if our law can catch up with times, I think it's very important for us to be a leader of the pack, not just following other neighboring countries or regions. So this is one thing I would like to mention. And secondly, we talk about vision. With the new government cultural, sports, tourism, and bureau, I think there are lots of new expectations. I think the thing is we have to have a very sound blueprint moving forward, not doing project by project base. We need to have a long-term vision. What is our advantage? Where we want to be in 5 years' time, and work accordingly. I was looking at the materials, and I'm very excited. When we talk about sports, we talk about only sportsman results, but actually sports branding, sports IP is a very important part of moving sports into the next era. Technology, we're not just talking about computer apps, but how to use technology to help industry flourish. These are the conversations that we should be having. And last but not least, I'm glad to be here. And these are all very fruitful conversations to be had. And let's try to take the industry and the wider industries in Hong Kong moving forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Today we have several very important honorable guests. Yeah, additional to Mr. Henry Fok, we also have another Legislative Council member, Mr. Ma Fong Kok. Yeah, and we also have some government officers like Mr. David Wong from the Intellectual Property Department. Okay, we also have the representative from Hong Kong Trade Development Council, from the Hong Kong Design Center, etc. Okay, yeah, we have a very long list, and I don't want to introduce one by one. Okay, but just want to tell you that. Okay, thank you for the support from the government, from the Legislative Council member. 今天实际上我们呢都在座很多嘉宾呢都是重量级的嘉宾，然后他们包括我们2位立法局的议员霍启刚先生，还有马逢国先生。另外呢，我们政府的官员也有很多，包括我们这个 David 王福来先生，是不是？是我们这个知识产权处的处长。OK， 还有我们另外一些官员还在在路上。OK， 陈百里副局长等等。还有呢，我们这个香港贸易发展局、香港设计中心，还有不少的这个相关的跟我们品牌还有设计有关的一些官方、半官方的机构的代表都出席。OK， And after the speech given by Mr. Henry Fok, I'm sorry, I make a mistake. Henry Fok, and then we have the principal agent. Indeed, okay, this project is financed by the Trade and Industrial Organization Support Fund under the Department of Industry and Trade. Yeah, and the principal applicant is Asian Licensing Association. Yeah, so the next one, which will deliver the welcome speech, is by Dr. Toby Chen, the founding chairman of the Asian Licensing Association. 下一个我们支持的嘉宾是来自这个亚洲品牌授权协会创会的主席陈立曼博士。OK， 他是我的普通话不是太好不好意思，所以因为我们这个项目是有香港的工贸区下面叫工商机构资源基金来提供的。完了亚洲品牌授权协会是主要的申请人，他也是我们这个亚洲品牌授权协会的代表。欢迎陈博士来支持。谢谢。
Good morning, Honorable Legislative Councillor Kenneth Fok JP, Honorable Legislative Councillor Ma Fong Kok GBS JP, Honorable Mr. David Wong of IPD, and Professor Wu Liu, Professor William Wang, our distinguished speakers, Mr. Emin Yeung, Dr. Michael Kwong, Ms. Tina Chow, Ms. Susan T. Wijaya, Ms. Michelle Ray Jones, Ms. Zhang Yue Mei, Professor Simon Chadwick, and all the VIPs. There's a long list here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Brand Licensing and IP Trading Management Summit this morning. The Asian Licensing Association has the very aim to foster the growth and expansion of the licensing and creative industries by drawing together the experience and expertise of the industry practitioners. The association is devoted to build Hong Kong as an international hub for the licensing, creative, and innovative industries in Asia. We hope through the business model of licensing the creative industries in Hong Kong could evolve into a mature property chain, which starts from exceptional ideas to designs, to contents, to merchandise, films, animations, theme parks, and even metaverse. The licensing industry in Asia has been developing fast in recent years as an international hub connecting Eastern and Western cultures. Hong Kong enjoys the advantages of a world-class communication infrastructure and a healthy, strong, ever-growing creative industry, which are all essential prerequisites for the growth of the licensing industry in Hong Kong in these years. However, we face strong competitors, the government of Southeast Asia, who could provide effective policies, especially the tax benefits, to support their local licensing and creative industries, and attract many big corporations to move their headquarters from Hong Kong to their countries. In this current era, the new expectations of digital innovations for sustainable environmental development and social responsibility became a new wave of business development. That will provide new opportunities and alter the new thinking in management of the multiple industries. The licensing and IP trading industries are affected by the sustainable development of the environment and the deeper understanding of corporate social responsibility and the influences of the non-fungible tokens, NFT, virtual characters, and SIMs, direct retail, innovative business models and strategies emerge one after another. How to compete, manage, develop, and protect the licensed brands in this new market environment are the major issues that industry professionals and practitioners need to think about. The project, expanding business with brand licensing strategies and strengthen Hong Kong as an Asian brand licensing and IP hub, is organized by Asian Licensing Association and sponsored by Trade and Industrial Organization Support Fund of the Trade and Industry Department. On behalf of Asian Licensing Association, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to Trade and Industry Department and the Hong Kong government for their support and continuous support to our project, and each of the supporting organizations and all our eminent speakers, again, for their support to make the summit a success. Last but not the least, I wish all the IP owners, designers, licensor, licensee, licensing agents, and all other stakeholders will continue to thrive in the brand licensing business in the future. Thank you very much.
The Asian Licensing Association is the principal agent. I'm partnered with two academic institutes, Hong Kong Polytechnic University and also Young Lyon Business School in France, as an implementation agent. Now, may I invite the head of Department of Management and Marketing of the Hong Kong Polytechnic, Professor Liu Wu, to deliver his welcome speech. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? All right. Dear Mr. Kenneth Fok, Dr. Toby Chan, Dr. William Wong, and Mr. Ma Fengguo, Mr. David Wong, and Professor Shep Luke, and honorable guests. On behalf of the Department of Management and Marketing at Hong Kong Polytechnic University, I welcome all of you to our university, physically and virtually. It is my great pleasure to be here to attend the second International Brand Licensing and IP Trading Management Summit. We kicked off the opening ceremony of this workshop and summit series on November 6, 2020. Looking back to these 20 months, we have experienced a lot of turbulence, surprises, and chaos. So taking this opportunity, I would like to, first of all, thank and congratulate all of the organizers of this series who have overcome tremendous uncertainties and challenges to make everything happen. Secondly, it is said that for any business, it starts with a product and ends with a brand. In the global business context, brand licensing and IP trading help international brands localized and the local brands internationalized. The power of brand is especially salient in the crisis situations because a great brand gives people a sense of trust, hope, and certainty. Therefore, this summit is really meaningful and timely to anyone who wants to capture new business opportunities and adapt to the new normal. Finally, I would like to promote the brand of Hong Kong Polytechnic University here right now. This year, we are celebrating the 85th anniversary of PolyU. PolyU has become one of the leading universities in Asia and in the world. According to the 2023 QS Global University Ranking, PolyU is ranked 65 globally and 48th in the subject of business and management studies. According to the most recent Times Higher Education World University Ranking, we are 91st globally as a university and 29th in the world by the subject of business and economics, and becoming the first in Hong Kong in this subject. And also, according to the Shanghai Ranking, Global Ranking of Academic Subjects 2022, 13 subjects of PolyU are ranked top 50, and subject management is ranked number 4th globally. Of course, nobody would remember these numbers exactly. And ranking is just a very simple way to evaluate a university. But I think the main takeaway point here I want to make is that PolyU is one of the best universities in the world, especially in the business-related subjects. On behalf of my university, I would like to invite everyone to visit PolyU, study at PolyU, or contribute to the development of PolyU. Our motto is to learn and to apply for the benefit of mankind. I wish everyone enjoys today's summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu. As I just mentioned, the other implementation agent is Yum Yum Business School. Yeah, and the dean of Yum Yum Business School, of course, is in not here, not in Hong Kong. So because he's not in Hong Kong, so that's why the dean of Yum Yum Business School's Shanghai campus, and he's also the associate dean, yeah, of the whole business school. Okay, and then he can only deliver his speech, yeah, online. 因为我们另外一个积极的嘉宾是来自法国里昂商学院的亚洲校区的校长，他也是里昂商学院的副校长因为他不在现场，所以呢，他只能通过这个网上来记起
Good morning, Mr. Kenneth Fok Kai Kong, member of the Legislative Council of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, JP. Mr. Ma Fong Kwok, Legislative Council member of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, JP. Dr. Chan Pak Lee Bernard, JP, the Under Secretary of Commerce and Economic Development Bureau, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Mr. David Wong, Director of the Intellectual Property Department of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Dr. Joseph Wong, Mr. Bradford K.P. Lee, Mrs. Kalam Ho, Mr. Derek Lee, Mr. Jefferson Watt, Mr. Kwok Chi Wang, Mrs. Pam Mak, Mr. William Wong Wai, Dr. Sam Kwok, Mrs. N. Chi Ying, Mr. Lau Siu Hong Pao, Dr. Louis Luke, Mrs. Diana Wong, Dr. Toby Chan, and Professor Liu Wu, all speakers and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Summit on Brand Licensing and IP Trade Management. As early as in 2017, the research team of EM Leong Business School and Hong Kong Polytech University, together with Asian Licensing Association, began to explore what roles, strategies, and pathways of Hong Kong could undertake in turning the city into a brand licensing and IP trading center in Asia by availing itself its resources, business networks, professional services, and its sensitivity to the market. Later, further investigations and surveys have been taken along with the Trade and Industrial Organization Support Fund, the Trade and Industry Department of HKSAR government on this topic. Opinions have been solicited from brand licensors and licensees, brand license management consultants and agents, lawyers, financial advisors, and consumers. At the same time, summits and workshops on brand licensing and IP trading have been held to share the development trends and the management expertise involved in the brand licensing business and the market. In order to more effectively manage the relevant research work and promote the workshops and the summits, EM Leong Business School has mobilized its Eurasian Brand Management Center and the Global BBA program resources. EM Leong Business School is a top-tier business school in Europe, and its marketing and brand management courses and the research in particular are among the best in the world, thus constituting a perfect match between its resources and the licensing activities. Currently, China government is implementing its strategy of integrated Great Bay development. Against this backdrop, inland enterprise should advance the globalization of services and the products of Chinese enterprises via the strategy of enhancing products variety, quality, and brand. This is where Hong Kong businesses can make contributions through its status as an international agent and its knowledge in brand management. With its 7 campuses located in France, Morocco, China, and India, EM Leong is willing to pursue in-depth cooperation with institutions in Hong Kong and the South Asian countries with its Eurasian Brand Management Center and its DBA alumni and students to expand research and education activities on brand management. The second International Summit on Brand Licensing and IP Trade Management invites all the speakers from various countries, especially the delegates from Indonesia and Thailand, to share their stories and opportunities in brand licensing and IP trading market in their nations, respectively. It is my strong belief that their sharing will inspire the participants greatly. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participating brands, representative sponsoring and organizing institutions, including Asia Licensing Association, the Department of Management and Marketing at Hong Kong Polytech University, as well as the support and help from the Trade and Industrial Organization Support Fund. Thank you very much. Wishing you all a good health and every good fortune. Good morning, Mr. Kenneth Fok Kai Kong, member of the Legislative.
因为时间关系，所以我们就把这个他的国语的这一段就省去了。OK， 下面的时间呢，就是我们寄送一个certificate to 表达我们对今天支持这个盛会的VIP。OK， 还有支持这个活动的这些所有的 supporting organization。Okay, for the next 2 minutes, okay, we would like to deliver the certificate of appreciation. Yeah, to the honorable guests and also all the supporting organization plus the speakers. Yeah. After that, we will take a group photo, and after group photo, and then we will start all the presentations. And today, the presentations, yeah, subject to the speakers, okay, choice. Yeah, the presentation will be delivered in English, in Mandarin, or in Cantonese. Okay, all those participants, you can opt to listen to all of the presentations, or you can just select the one you like most, okay, to attend. Thank you. Now, may I invite Mr. Kenneth Ford? Sorry. Yeah, you present.
Both?
Yeah,
Okay.
invite, yeah. The certificate will be delivered by, Dr. Toby Chen from Asian Licensing Association. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Toby, stay there. Yeah. Now may I invite Mr. Ma Fung Ko, yeah, to receive the certificate of appreciation. Yeah. And may I invite Mr. David Wong? Okay, thank you. Now, may I invite the representative from Hong Kong Small and Medium Enterprise Association? Pam May? Okay, yeah, she just left. Yeah. And may I invite Mr. William Wong, yeah, from Federation of Hong Kong Plains. Federation of Hong Kong Plains is also one of the supporting organizations. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you can sit down. Now, may I invite Professor Liu Wu to represent Hong Kong Polytechnic to deliver the certificate of appreciation to the supporting organization speakers. Yeah. Now, may I invite the representative from Hong Kong Creative Industry Association? Is it Lee? Yeah. Hi, thank you. Mr. Lee. Okay. And is Dr. Alice Lau here? Yeah. Is Kalem Ho here? Kalem? Yeah. So may I invite Kalem? Yeah, from Trade TID, Trade and Industry Department. Yeah. Now, we deliver the certificate of appreciation to the speakers. Yeah, because some speakers are not in Hong Kong, so we only deliver to those who are here. Okay. Yeah. May I invite Ms. Tina Chow? Tina, yeah. Next, may I invite Michael, Mr. Michael Kwan? Yeah, thank you. Last, may I invite lawyer Edmund Yang? Yeah. Edmund. Okay, thank you. So what's next is photo taking, and then we arrange the photo taking in the following ways. First, may I invite Dr. Toby Chen and State Professor Lau, and then the two legislative council member, Mr. Kenneth Ford and Mr. Ma. Plus Mr. David Wong. Bernard is Bernard from Hong Kong Trade Development Council here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Design center, sorry. Okay, stay here. And then now may I invite the representative from the supporting organization like Hong Kong, the Federation of Hong Kong Brands, Hong Kong Small and Medium-Sized Enterprise, Global Alliance, and you, and also Cullen. Speakers will join later. Okay, and also may I invite the speakers? Tina, Michael, and Edmund. It's okay. And after that, may I invite everyone just go outside, take a group photo, and after the group photo, and then we will start the presentations. Okay. Anyone you feel happy to join us? Okay, we go outside. Yeah, just follow me. Yeah, okay. Group photo. The whole. Yeah. Yeah, before on the stairs. 咁我要企喺個位咯，即係所有 speaker 佢要企呢個。嗱，OK。你 ready 㗎咯？如果開始嘅就，哦，俾 PPT 俾你啦。俾齊。我们很快就开始今天我们一共有8个这个 presentation 他们的讲者是来自国内、英国香港、印度尼西亚，还有这个泰国等等。OK， 因为我们的题目是一个国际高峰论坛，所以讲者来自不同的国家。我们今天的第一个 presentation 是由这个亚洲品牌授权协会的这个代表艾文央律师。完了，他的整个报告主要是因为这一个项目是由这个香港贸发局上面的这个工业基银基金。那么呢，整个活动呢，我们包括除了一连串的这个管理的工作坊跟这个管理论坛之外，还有呢，我们也进行了一个包含30几个访问30几个专家、licensee 等等取得很多这个材料整理出来的，希望能给香港政府提供一些在我们政策上的建议。那么呢，另外呢，同时也提供给我们的一个brand licensing 业界的人一些参考的意见那么今天第一个就是刚才已经说了，是由这个杨律师来做这个现场的这个演讲。现在我们请这个杨律师The first presentation is delivered by lawyer Edmund Yang, and now I pass the time to him. Okay. 但係如果佢要睇呢個人，要將佢同一做。係。咁我唔淨係你話下個。
Distinguished guests of honor, audience, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, fellow speakers, I'm Edmund. I'm an IP lawyer by profession, but today I'm not speaking as a lawyer, but on behalf of Asian Licensing Association. The bulk of the information contained in the presentation I'm going to give in a minute comes from the good work of Professor Look and his team. And without further ado, shall we start? Right. This is overall of the topics I'm going to present to you this morning. That's right, fine. As I said, the bulk of the information contained in the presentation comes from the good work of Professor Luke and his team of the questionnaire survey at the 2019 Brand Licensing Exhibition, where he interviewed a total of over 200 licensors, licensees, and visitors. Also gathering opinions from ALA members and in-depth interviews with 30+ licensors, licensees, brand licensing agents, consultants, lawyers, financial service providers from nearly all over Southeast Asia. Bangkok, various major cities in China, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, and Taipei during period from October 2020 to July 2022. And also they conducted a consumer survey in those cities, approximately 15,000 respondents between April
2022 to June 2022. So let's start our first topic, developing Hong Kong as a brand licensing and IP hub in Greater China region and Southeast Asia. As we all know, Southeast Asia is a thriving economy, and how we capture the opportunities offered in Asia is our next challenge. Global brand licensing market grow from 218.3 billion in 2020 to is expected to grow to over 400 billion by 2028 in just 8 years. Asia Pacific market share accounts for over 36%. There's a huge amount of money there. Generally speaking, the market is still occupied by mostly character-inspired products from fashion, lifestyle, stationery. So there's some statistics supporting what I've just said. Major brands, characters in Japan, Korea still dominates the market, but upcoming characters from Thailand, Malaysia, and Hong Kong will be in fierce competition with the traditional bigger players. Asia, being the third largest market, will continue to grow because of 4 major drivers: increasing consumerism, brand consciousness, increasing demand for licensed merchandise, widespread use of social media, and wide application of licensed brands to various products, promotion events, and entertainment categories. These are the breakdown of segment which Professor Look has presented to you. Apparel, toys, accessories, home decoration, software, food, and others. So you've just seen Southeast Asia is experiencing is going to have a big growth potential. And while character merchandising still accounts for bulk of the volume, you see a number of growth trends, like many Chinese IP licenses being used in Southeast Asia. But I'll come back to the religious and culture factor and the language factor later, because this is what Professor Look found during the survey. As you can see, US, Canada is by far the biggest market, but North Asia and Southeast Asia, and the Asia Pacific is closely following. And it's interesting to note that Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific is expected to have the highest rate of growth out of all major markets. The chart on the right, you see entertainment characters still account for bulk of the businesses, but you see sports and fashion is something you should pay attention to. These are the major big players: Walt Disney, Nickelodeon, but you see Authentic Brands Group, representing most of the celebrities are on the rise. These are the original IP from China, exporting to Southeast Asia, Thailand. Sorry. There you go. 我用呢個 mouse. Another Chinese series provoking some. I think we're all familiar with that. 下一個係左嚟。So we know there's a market, but do we fit in? What can we offer? So next we look at Hong Kong's competitive strength. We have unique Asian resources with a huge China market behind us. We have top quality professional services, all international standards. And we have access to many Chinese brands who have made or already went abroad, particularly the Southeast Asian countries. In doing the analysis, PolyU adopted a resources-based view. And what is it? Is comparing a city or country to a company. A company's resources determines its chance of success. Company's assets, organizational processes, expertise, and capacities can strengthen its its position in the market. The need for matching companies with strategic resources with the external market is probably more important than focusing solely on the external competitive environment. So you look at what you have, what you can do, what you can sell, how to do it. So we look at financial resources, physical resources, human capital, and intellectual resources. Another approach Professor Look took was the viral framework: valuable, rare, inimitable, and non-substantiable. Substitutional. So what is unique to you? What assets you have which cannot be replaced? According to the viral framework, a firm's resources must be supported by its organizational culture, structure, and process. Even you have the best resources, but you don't know how to do it, you don't have your people behind you to do it, you still can't reach any success. So it's very important that we have a good educational and training system. So these are the unique resources we have. Hong Kong can help Chinese companies assessing ASEAN market and vice versa. As a hub, Hong Kong is geographically and culturally closer to China, like Singapore is closer to ASEAN countries. So in that sense, I don't see competition. But then again, if we don't, put our heads together, they will come to take our markets. Bank lending. Most cross-border bank lending in Hong Kong, about 30% of total credit in the banking system goes to China. Therefore, Hong Kong is well positioned to meet the growing financing needs of the Southeast Asia countries and provide better and more robust funds transfer and transmission services to borrowers from Southeast Asia. Equity financing. In mid-2020, the total number of companies listed on the main board and GEM board in Hong Kong reached over 2,000. Combined market capital of over $4.1 trillion. By comparison, only around 750 companies listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange and worth only 810 billion. So Hong Kong by far can provide a better platform to those countries which are eager looking for global expansion. So what are our competitive weaknesses? So I've picked Hong Kong and China as our major competitors. Weaknesses of Hong Kong's position. We don't have a formal strategic plan or sustainable policy. We don't have a comprehensive brand licensing analysis. We don't have a good understanding of the language and cultural elements in ASEAN countries, especially the Islamic countries. Hong Kong has many successful brands like Beiyamge, Giordano. But local customers in Southeast Asia don't even know those items are from Hong Kong. And then there's an urgent call for increasing government support, investment incentives, streamlined process, and more customer follow-up. I'll just say a few words on these topics. Many Western brands, when they go into China, they will adopt a Chinese brand name. There is a lot of skills going to that. It must not sound silly or stupid or offensive. It must be easy to remember. But when brands go into Southeast Asia, they suddenly forget about that. I mean, local people have local language, local culture, and especially in Southeast Asia, the religious factor, Islamic factor, that must be taken into account. A lot of Southeast Asian countries, they provide huge investment incentives. They have taken steps to streamline the IP registration process. And they do very good customer follow-up. I remember a friend told me, Korea, the Korea equivalent of TVC, 6 months before the exhibition, they'll call you up. Oh, I've done this matching up for you. When you go to the exhibition, no need to walk around. No need to buy 10 pairs of shoes because you waste your shoes walking the floor. Just go to see these people. 6 months later, they still call you up. Oh, how's it going on? Are you doing business with them? So it's very well have a lot of exhibitions and even summits like this. But if there's no follow-up, it's meaningless. Tax incentives. I know Toby has a very strong view on tax incentives. While Hong Kong has, in theory, the lowest profit tax rate, and they offer some tax incentives, but our major competitors like Singapore, Thailand, are very aggressive. Very aggressive. They adopt a very flexible tax systems and have robust investment incentive schemes to support SMEs. For example, Singapore offers subsidies to finance the purchase of a low licensing right if the licensed brand is used to produce goods or export. And we all know, China offers a lot of incentives in that sense. So it's just a table comparing tax rate of the major countries in Southeast Asia. But tax, I won't even pretend to try to explain to you this complex table. But the result is, it doesn't really matter what the tax rate is. what matters is, at the end of the day, how much incentive the company receives. So we now look at Thailand and Singapore. Oh, sorry. Before that, we look at the actions undertaken by the Hong Kong government. So what have been done? We have a working group since 2013. We have defined 4 strategic areas. We have rolled out new patent system. We have provided some sort of tax deduction. We have set up a funding scheme to Create Hong Kong, ITC. We have provided quite good training. We have held a lot of exhibitions. But then again, what have our competitors done? Personally, I'm very excited to do this presentation today because more than 20 years ago, when I first read about Singapore having a national policy to build Singapore as an IP hub, I thought, oh, how about us? And I waited for 20 years. But then again, it's better late than never. So this is a roadmap how Singapore becomes what it is today. In the 1990s, they started their R&D development, and they soon realized without building Singapore as an IP hub, their status as an R&D center or manufacturing center cannot last forever. But 10 years before they launched the plan, they first built an IP academy to train people. I mean, Singapore's IP academy is probably the top academic institution, IP academic institution in Asia. They spent 10 years training the people. And then in 2010, they set up an international media and upstream center in Singapore. They built infrastructure. When the time was right, then they launched their 10-year master plan. 2014, the intellectual property department in Singapore launched the IP Value Lab and IP financing scheme to help local industries.
About 10, 15 years after they have built the IP Academy, they felt they were ready to train patent agents. And then 1 year later, IPOS announced plans to enhance the patent agent professional by offering an alternative pathway to qualify as a registered patent agent. So they have the system, they have the people. Of course, they will have the money. And then 2017, just a few years after they launched their 10-year plan, they update, they revamp, they review. they introduced an IP development incentive in the Singapore budget in 2017 to encourage the use and commercialization of IP rights. It doesn't stop, and every 1-2 years they have new plans coming out. By 2020, they already launched the patent fast track program. So they really have done a lot. Thailand 4.0 is the fourth industrial revolution. To carry out this national policy, they have this 20-year IP roadmap, which they announced in 2016. So they introduced the IP roadmap. They have amended the copyright law. They amended the custom law. Because one of the biggest complaints by brands is that the lack of IP protection. But although I'm an IP lawyer by profession, I'm not for too tight IP control. Because if the control is too tight, you just strangle the industry. It's a balance of between not being too loose and not being too tight. So one of the comments I read from lawyers around the world is that is the beauty of common law. Like in a lot of industries think US has the best IP system because how they leave the fair play defense open is always expanded. So is a balance between too tight and too loose. Let's look at Thailand. The IP policy is cited by the National Committee. The National Committee is chaired by the Prime Minister, with 2 deputy prime ministers as vice chairman. 18 heads of government agencies serve as committee members. Their Department of Industrial Property is responsible for all IP-related administration, registration, and recording of IP rights, and acts as secretary of the National Committee. So it comes from the top, and there's someone answerable at the bottom. Not like, oh, I don't know, what am I doing? You do it. So the roadmap specified developments in 6 major IP areas: IP creation, protection, commercialization, enforcement. You'll see geographic indications as one of the big 6, which, because Thailand is an agricultural country, so geographic indication is very important to them. But then again, as also traditional knowledge. But they are also looking forward, genetic resourcing. So cut the talking short. It's basically making things faster and more effective. There's no use to have a big ideal, but it's just talk. So what has Thailand done? They have joined the PCT, they've joined Madrid, they've joined Berne Convention of Copyright, they've joined geographic indications. They've reduced the corporate income tax from 30 to 20%, so to align themselves with ASEAN economies. and they have given technology-based investment up to 13 years tax exemption. Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, as in one of the reports found Thailand is extremely generous in giving tax investment incentive. And after years of hard work, they now find, in terms of IP protection, Thailand is only after China and Malaysia. That is a big improvement. So that is what government do. But what do we want, as a profession? What talents and business people think? To attract talent to a place, to Hong Kong, we need clean air. We need efficient, easy way to travel. Hong Kong is good, but clean air, good accommodation, good health and education services, law and order, politically stable, and in this digital world, the right infrastructure, not just physical, but digital infrastructure. And that probably we have a lot of catching up. What do business people want? They want a government that is committed to support innovation. They want a government that can provide training and support enterprise. They want a government that can provide financial subsidies. So basically, today we're not providing any answers, but more throwing questions at you. What are our competitive edge? What benefit we can have if we build Hong Kong as a licensing hub? If you really believe in building Hong Kong as a licensing hub, then we need a clearly defined medium and long-term goals. We need a roadmap. We have to decide, out of all the ASEAN countries, who do we do first, who do we do later? Out of all the different products, which we do first, which we do later. We have to set up a cross-government department committee, designate a particular department overseeing the entire implementation and operation. We need the education, legal, social, economic, financial, tax infrastructure. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Edmund. Because we are running behind the schedule, okay, say after presentation, we can only accept one question. Okay, yeah, and we may welcome more questions later, just subject to the foreign speakers. Okay, we need to control the time. Okay, yeah, now we have the next speaker. Yeah, Mr. Michael Kwan, he will talk about how to use blockchain technology, yeah, to protect your brand, etc. Okay, you're the expert now. I just pass the ball to you. Yeah.
So, morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Kwan. My topic is on about blockchain technology and also copyright, or even it also applies to trademark logo. Okay, on the copyright or trademark administration and also distribution. Now, as we mentioned about blockchain technology, a very brief on blockchain, what is blockchain technology. So actually, blockchain appears in the year 2008, and even today, as of today, if someone mentioned about blockchain, so people, I think a lot of people may equate it to the cryptocurrency. Oh, Michael, you talk about blockchain, that means it is Bitcoin or Ethereum. However, applying blockchain is not only on cryptocurrency. Actually, as of today, there are various or a lot of business sector, they already applying the blockchain technology, such as insurance claims, medical data sharing, logistics, this kind of thing. So today, we are going to see whether blockchain can help us on copyright or trademark administration and or distribution. In simple words, registration of copyright and trademark logo, as well as licensing of copyright and trademark products. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take home two things. Here comes the first takeaway. The first takeaway about this question is yes and no. Wow, it's a rather routine reply, right? But I want you to take home is that it is indeed a big yes and only a tiny or small no. If you are using blockchain technology in your IP administration or licensing, okay, this is the first takeaway. It's a big yes and also a tiny or small no. So to dive further, we are going to discuss about three things or three areas. To dive further, to look, well, to have a more clear look on why, hey Michael, why you are saying about big yes or small no. We follow three, or we are going to share or discuss in three areas. What are the challenges of copyright or trademark in the registration or licensing? What is the challenges? What is the difficulties in this registration as well as licensing? The second is we are going to have a very brief discuss, a very brief sharing on okay, what exactly is blockchain technology. And the final part is to evaluate whether blockchain can really help us. Okay. So on challenge, the first challenging is about registration. I'm not sure whether you have registered your trademark logo or copyright in the States. In the States, it will take months, no matter it is a trademark logo or whether it is a copyright work. Now in Hong Kong, the same. Now in Hong Kong, if you have a trademark, you are the trademark owner, you go to the IPD to register for the trademark registration, it will take a long time. Okay, tons and tons of document is required. Even though there is no need to register copyright in Hong Kong, but whenever you want to protect your copyright, you needed to go to the customs, Hong Kong customs, to go through the recordation process. Also, it will take a lot of time, then the customs will say, okay, hey, you are qualified to be an examiner of your copyright product, this kind of thing. So registration is always time consuming, always. In particular, if a copyright work contains multiple copyright. Hey, what do we mean by this? Say, for example, there is a song. We term it as a sound recordings, okay, a musical work. However, for this musical work, it contains what? The sound recording is a composite of the copyright. However, within this sound recording, you have the melody, the music melody. It is actually by itself. The melody per se is also copyright. You have the lyrics, okay? You have the lyrics. Lyrics is also a copyright. And then the singers. So singers also have a copyright. So that means one copyright work, they are going to contain multiple copyright, okay? Now, if you have a sound recording, you go to the States, go to the US, and you want to register your copyright, yes, but how about the other multiple copyright? If you are going to register each and every, for example, the melody, the lyrics, the singer, and the sound recording, it will take very difficult because it is very time consuming. Okay. Second challenge is about licensing. The brand or the copyright owner, they can transfer their ownership. That means, okay, I'm not the copyright owner anymore, no matter it is a trademark logo, brand logo, or a copyright work. Also, the right holder, they can retain their ownership. They only license, they only grant the rights to the licensee. Okay, the right to reproduce, the right to promotion, the right of the service, the right to performance, this kind of thing. Now, the most challenging part is for this kind of licensing agreement or transaction, there is indeed no standard format, nor no central record for this transfer or the grant of the rights. There's no standard because this is only a business transaction, right? I can talk to Toby and then we can sign an agreement, or even we just WhatsApp and then does an agreement. So there is no standard. So what is the result? What is the result of this no standard formality? If today you want to get a license from a song you found on a YouTube, how can you find the ownership or the licensee? No, there is no such kind of information. No central database, no standard format. Okay. The first part of the challenge on licensing is it is difficult to find the owner or the licensing of a brand logo or a copyright work. The second, which is totally the third challenge, that is also on challenge, because the brand or copyright owner, they can grant different rights. That means I can grant you only the reproduce or reproduction. You can manufacture my songs, my movies, and that's it. Or I also grant you the right of distribute. You can sell it, you can perform it, this kind of thing. Or the service, promotion, performance, blah, 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 to one or more licensees. Is subject to the right holder. Also, as I just mentioned, for example, a musical work, it may contain multiple copyright, the lyrics, the melody, the singer. So each of these individual rights can also granted to multiple licensees. So therefore, that means this is a fragmentation of the what? Of the ownership or the right. If you want to trace all this ownership or the right of individual copyright or the brand logo, it seems very, very difficult, okay? Because it is a fragmentation of the right. The final challenge is about the loyalty, the license fee. It's about if you have licensed someone to use your brand logo, however, the agreement is on how many copies, how many times that this brand or your songs has been distributed or sold. How can you know? You simply don't know. You simply don't know. So therefore, the brand owner has no information. You are the owner. You are the brand owner. You are the copyright owner. You simply don't have the information on how often the work is used and how much revenue the licensee collected on or earned. You simply don't know. Neither you don't have the information on how the work has been used. Is the brand logo or the copyright work really being used according to the agreement? You grant the right of distribution only, but the licensee also manufacture themselves. You simply don't know, okay? You are totally in the dark. So therefore, we introduced the blockchain technology. So we don't have the whole day to discuss about blockchain technology. So I just give a very brief illustration. If you go to Google blockchain technology, you will find tons of characteristics. a lot of features. Now, today, I only focusing on three main features. The first one is immutability. That means you cannot change the content of a blockchain ledger. You cannot change it. It's immutable. The second one is decentralized. We are going to see what do we mean by decentralized. And the third is the distributed ledger. Okay. So immutability. I use an example of the Octopus card. Suppose I go to a convenience store. This is the convenience store. I pay $100, $100, and to buy that a value stored smart card. In Hong Kong, this sort of value stored smart card is called the Octopus. In other countries, they also have their own value stored smart card. So I go to the convenience store and bought this Octopus card. Okay. So if it is on a blockchain, what happens? First of all, the blockchain will create what they term as the blockchain ledger. Well, don't confuse about the words. Just imagine this is a ledger only. This is a ledger. Why it termed as a blockchain is because now, first of all, what's the content? Just for example, this content may have the card number of the Octopus card, the time and day of the procurement, the amount, $100, and the item procured is the Octopus card. Okay, then. The final information is about the hash. You may ask, hey Michael, what do you mean by a hash value? This is the hash value. Suppose you have the content, the card number, the time and day of the procurement, the amounts, the item procured. These are the content of the transaction, okay? The content of transaction. And then you use a mathematical formula to massage this information, and then you will get a hash, a mathematical result, okay? It is a long string of numeric value here. Simply, you can imagine this is the fingerprint on the content. If the content change, this hash value will also be changed. Okay, so this hash value is going to signify the content of this information. Okay, now suppose I'm a smoker. I confessed. Okay, suppose I use the Octopus card and then to buy a packet of cigarettes. Okay, then it will have the second transaction. However, this time, this blockchain ledger will contain the third transaction and the second transaction. Now, as you can see from this slide, for the second transaction, it is the card number, time and day, amount. Item procured is the cigarette, and also it has another extra information. It's hash value number 1. That is the hash value from the previous transaction. See what I mean here? And that means why we call it a blockchain ledger, because the ledger are chained together. They are chained together by means of the hash value. The current transaction will contain the previous hash value inside their ledger. So therefore, they are using the same mathematical formula, and then the content of the second transaction will contain the hash value or fingerprint of the previous transaction. In other words, I cannot change transaction 1 without changing the hash value 1. For the second transaction, I bought a packet of cigarette. I cannot change transaction 2 without change hash value 1 as well as 2. If I using my Octopus card and procure n times, I cannot change the context, or context of the transaction n without changing hash 1 to n. So in simple words, it is extremely difficult. If you want to change, suppose I want to change the time and day, it's not that easy. Extremely difficult. Okay, because the transaction one by one, they are chained together, and then they formed a block of transaction. So the term is called blockchain because the transaction are chained together and they form a data block. That's the immutability. That means that if you want to change the details, the context of the ledger, no, it is extremely difficult. Okay. The second is decentralized. So you may ask, hey Michael, who do this? Who performed this kind of mathematical formula to the ledger contents and then get the hash value of fingerprint? There are special type of the computer named the minor computer on a blockchain. Okay, it is the minor computer perform this. Whenever a minor computer successfully calculate this hash value, we use the term validate. Validate this transaction in getting the hash value. The minor computer will get a reward. Say, for example, if the blockchain network is the ETH blockchain network, the minor computer which has successfully validate, that means calculate the hash value, the minor computer will get a reward of 0.06 when they are successfully computed or validate transaction. And also, this ledger is also stored inside this minor computer. So you may ask, hey Michael, you mentioned about the blockchain ledger. Where this blockchain ledger stored? They are all stored inside the minor computer. Okay. However, it is not that simple stored only on a single minor computer, because on a blockchain network, you have hundreds or thousands of minor computer appears. Okay, so that's the reason why nowadays many IT people, they are using their own servers, computers. What they in Cantonese, they are using the hardware devices to do the mining, what Kong. It's actually the minor computer is actually try to validate the transaction by calculating the hash. However, there are hundreds or thousands of the minor computer appears on a single type of blockchain network, and they are indeed competing with each other. They are competing with each other. Try to first of all solve a mathematical equation first. The fastest minor computer can solve this mathematical equation, then you are allowed to do the validate on a particular transaction. Okay, the winning miner would get the rewards. So therefore, why we term it decentralized? If one minor computer damaged or corrupted and cannot function, then actually we still have hundreds or thousands of minor computers appear on a single blockchain network. So therefore, no single point of failure. Okay, no single point of failure because there are hundreds, and they are competing with each other. So the third one is the distributed ledger. Suppose this minor computer is the fast minor computer to solve the equation. Then after he validate and earn the reward, actually because this minor computer, they are interconnected with each other. So this minor computer will replicate the ledger to other minor computers. In other words, the ledger is not only stored on a single minor computer, they will replicate to all the minor computer existed on the blockchain network. So therefore, there are hundreds or thousands of ledgers of the same transaction. The ledger is stored in every miners of the blockchain network, and therefore, if you change just the ledger content of a single miner, it won't work because other hundreds or thousands of minor computers, they still contain the same ledger, the valid ledger. So therefore, and also another advantages of this distributed ledger is all participants of the blockchain can view the ledger. That means if you join as a member to that blockchain network, you can see every ledger, every transaction, because they are transparent. Up to this point, you may ask, hey, Michael, then if I don't want the public to see my licensing content, then what should I do? Yes, you can set up your own private blockchain network. Okay. Right. Let's move on first. Now, we just mentioned about the challenges of IP registration licensing. We also just mentioned about a very brief introduction about the three advantages or the features of the blockchain technology. So let's come to our main topic, is about the big yes and small no. How blockchain can help us. The big yes is blockchain-based brand registration. For example, as you can see from this ledger, the name of the work, maybe it is the name of the movie, the name of your musical work, the metadata of the work, the time and date created, the author, the creation date, the publication date, and then the hash value. Now, by doing this kind of ledger and validate by the miner, it can be done within minutes, not months. So registration can be done in minutes. And because the blockchain network, the ledger is immutable. That means it cannot be changed. And for all the members of a blockchain network, they can see the details. So therefore, the ownership information is reliable and easy to be searched by others. Now, when we talk about the IP world, we have the digital format as well as tangible. Okay, that means in physical objects. For digital work, you can embed a hyperlink to the blockchain network. For physical work, you can embed a QR code for others to easily find the owner's information. Another big yes is the licensing. You have the ledger, it's quite easy. Based on this ledger, you just generate another ledger. Suppose this is the song, the movie, you have the hash number 1. And actually, when you are doing the license, it's quite easy. Just create another ledger with the hash value that is actually pointed to the original work, because hash value is always unique, will be unique to a particular work. So therefore, you may have the second ledger, licensee, licensing day, licensing detail, expiry date, and then this is also using a miner computer to generate their own hash value. People nowadays the trendy word is NFT. Basically, NFT is just a form of ledger. You can term this as a ledger or a token or even NFT. It's the same, okay? The token can also represent the whole song. You are licensing the whole song or just a part of the work. You can licensing the lyrics. You can licensing the melody. It's simple. Just record what you want to license in this token, in this NFT. There you go. Simple and no transaction cost. And time can be speed up, okay? Another is the usage control. Basically, simply to the licensing, you generate an NFT with the licensing details, licensing. You want to know the usage, easy. If it is a sound recording, here's number 1, and then the first copy of the sound recording, the copy number, and then you have using the miner computer generate hash value. For the second copy of the same sound recording, copy number will not be the same. For the third copy, the copy number will not be the same. So therefore, the hash value will not be the same. This is actually the perfect illustration about this kind of usage control is the NFT. People are nowadays trading their images, the icons. They using the computer program to generate 1,000 of this kind of icons from number 1 to number 1,000 to number 1,000 to 1,000. This is the copy number. So you generate by using the miner computer, the hash value is not the same. So therefore, it is easy for the right coder the brand owners, the copyright owner, to register each and every one of the copy. Easy to check how many copy generated and easy to check how each copy used. It's easy because based on this hash value, you can find where it goes. Okay. Now, how about the limitation, the smaller? But please skip up. The first one is recognition. Even though you have your own blockchain network, but how about right holders, licensees? They are not going to join the blockchain network. They are not going to participate. That means you don't have any users. The other is for this ledger, it is the ledger of your own blockchain network. However, it is not connected to other, for example, the sound, the musical work. In the UK, they have a central database. For example, this is the US copyright registration or trademark registration central database. Your blockchain ledger does not connect to all these registration database. So the recognition will be low. So therefore, if we are going to set up this kind of blockchain network for IP trading or registration, it has to be run by renowned parties such as the government or trade association. They are not going to be run. They are going to promote or initiate, and that's it. Because blockchain network is not going to be controlled by any entities. Okay. The second model is about blockchain network does not prevent bad faith registration. Anyone can just create a ledger and say, this song is mine. The copyright of this song is mine. This logo is mine. Just create this ledger. So therefore, to avoid this, we needed to set up authentication system. Okay. Now, the second takeaway, the final thing I want you to take home is that we are stakeholders of creative industry. Should we use creative means to register and to license our creative product? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You stay here. Right, fine, it's Q&A.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you, it's one Q&A. How to read it?
Just wait.
So you know the question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we respond quick.
How to use? First of all, we need to set up the blockchain network first. We need to set up the blockchain technology first. And then, of course,
you can read the question first. Yeah, because
okay. The question is how to use blockchain to facilitate licensee to enter the Southeast Asia market. Okay. Now, this is a very good question, I think, because this question contains hundreds and hundreds of things to do. First of all, we needed to set up or to create a blockchain network. We can use existing blockchain network, say like blockchain, Ethereum, or other blockchain network. We can, or we can set up our own. Okay, this is the first thing. The second thing is to solve the small node problems I just explained. No recognition. No one recognizes about your blockchain network. Licensee or right holder, they are not interested to join the blockchain network. That's the first we need to solve. The second is about their bills. A third party can anytime claim that this is my brand logo, this is my copyright work. So therefore, the second is to set up the authentication mechanism. In solving these two small nodes, then we can proceed to get a big yes. Okay, and then we can help the stakeholders, the creative industry, on the registration and licensing of our creative products. Okay, just a quick response to the reply to the questions.
okay,
Thank you.
okay, yeah. Now we invite another speaker, the first speaker. It's Tina Chow, yeah, to deliver your speech. Yeah. After After this presentation, we will short break, okay? So you deliver in Mandarin,
Not
English?
English, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. Thank you, Dr. Toby Chen and Professor Wu Liu and Professor William Wang for inviting me as a guest speaker today. I'm Tina Chow. I'm currently the brand licensing consultant for Guangzhou Artland.喺邊度？咦，唔去嘅。哦，咁大力啲係嘛？Okay. Okay. I'm currently the brand consultant for Guangzhou Artland. They are the master licensee for Nickelodeon and sorry. Oh, okay. For Nickelodeon and which they represent the different brands, including Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Dora, SpongeBob, Paw Patrol, as well as other IPs, including Ping Fong, World of Eric Carl, Papa Papa, and then Key, a brand in Hong Kong. They also invest in animation with Tencent and iQIYI in China. And before Guangzhou Artland, I have been working with Warner Brothers for 22 years and managing Southeast Asia and Greater China, Korea, and India. So based on my experience, I will share some of the how to expand your brands into Southeast Asia. And today's agenda is that the company brands make it out of Hong Kong, partners with top global licensors, preferred product categories for export, key markets in Southeast Asia, top retailer in Southeast Asia, distribute via retailer with regional presence, the states of retail in Southeast Asia, and sharing some case study and key takeaway. So in Hong Kong, there are many brands that has been expanded to Southeast Asia and internationally. That includes Hot Toys, Soap Studio, Casetify, Memorigin, and Undone. Of course, there are still many other brands, but these are the top ones that I have been working with before. So in the case for Hot Toys, they are one of the special licensee for us, and they do a lot of let me see. They did a lot of specialized figures that is in full details. Besides the figures, they also do a lot of vehicles and also bust. And then they did it with Warner Brothers, with Iron Man, Star Wars, as well as DC Cos Babies. So they have extended their license throughout globally. And then the next one is Soap Studio. They have been doing a lot of also high technology tumbler together with the figures for Batman. And then they also did a lot of stylized collectibles with Warner Brothers and Disney. And Casetify, they specialize in phone case, which is personalized phone case. And they work with a lot of IPs, including Snoopy, Harry Potter, SpongeBob, and many more. And they are the first one to personalize their the phone case because that's the need in the market. And one of the special items that link them together is that they all work together with top global licensors. And that's helped them to expand their license globally or even to Southeast Asia. So they partner with Disney, Warner Brothers, Pokemon Company, Hasbro, NBC Universal, Mattel, Paramount, and Sanrio. So all these, as mentioned earlier, the total revenue for licensing in 2021 to 2022, it comes to US 260.8 billion. That means that if you are part of the licensing program, you will be able to expand your business and achieve revenues. Before you do that, you have to understand what is your product. You need to analyze your own product. What categories are your products? Are they toys and games, given novelties, or stationaries? So how unique are they? For example, in Casetify, they are very unique because they are the first one to come up with their own personalized phone case. Price point and positioning. What is your product's price point? Your product, like Hot Toys, they are stylized special figures that they can charge a premium price. Or if you are stationary items, that you have to be price sensitive. So you need to know what kind of category your product falls into. And who are your target audience? Are they parents? You need to find a preschool items. Or are they targeting to teenagers? You need to find a more iconic fashion brands to work with. So by matching the NDA, you need to know whether you need to choose an animation. The sound. Oh, okay. This thing needs an energizer. Okay, so you need to match your DNA with your brand. So whether it's a, sounds funny. Okay. So whether it's animation for preschool or a comic for kids, movie target family, or characters with general gender specific. Okay, so in the case for a preschool, like Paw Patrol, they have different essence. So including the essence for Paw Patrol is action, adventures, comedy, leadership and teamwork, brave and heroism, problem solving, train according to personality and strength, protect city, good citizen, high-tech gadgets and cool vehicles, and caring for animals. So all these brand essence are welcomed by parents who have infant or preschool kids. Therefore, they are the #1 toddlers and preschool for kids at age 3 to 5. And then they are top #2 favorite TV shows for kids 3 to 5. Before you choose an IP, you also need to know how the licensors support the brands. Do they have enough content to help you out? So for example, in the case for the licensing world, content is king. So you need to see, in the case for Paw Patrol, they have launched now up to season 8 for the animation. And they have a total count of 200+ episodes to keep up with the market. Not only they have showed it on free TV, they are also showing on different online platforms. As well, they also are showing the content on big screen movies. So they also have 3 different movies coming up, and then the next one will be in 2023. So just share with you some of the products that they have developed in China as a reference.
cute, huh? So, and if you are looking into brands that is targeting to bigger age range, say for example from age 6 to 35, you should be looking at SpongeBob. So SpongeBob is the key themes is that they are humor, fun, and positive, innocently and escapist, comedics, and style. So he's a very iconic, unpredictable, and diverse characters because they SpongeBob have friends in the series, and it covers over 160 territories. And to address different cultures' needs, they have dubbed into different languages, and which have 25+ language being dubbed globally. And they are the #1 digital franchise. SpongeBob has 93% global awareness, and the highest fandom are in US, China, Brazil, Mexico, and Southeast Asia. And 4 out of 5 of the fans want the SpongeBob products. And the split between gender is 50-50. Throughout the years, SpongeBob has been collaboration with different fashion icons, including Moschino, Nike, Happy Socks, and Bonds. Just sharing also with you some of the examples that we have done in China. How can I press the video? So in order to export your products, there are certain categories that can easily be welcomed by distributor or importer. For example, the special figures and also collaboration with artists, deformed figures, seasonal items, household items, computer accessories. So all these products have one special unique is that they have moldings. So products that have moldings tends to have a higher chance to export out to Southeast Asia or other markets because the molding is too expensive. So instead of like Singapore country developing their own, they will purchase it from maybe China or maybe from partners who have developed special figures. In terms of Southeast Asian markets, of course, the key markets are Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and Vietnam. So who are the top retailers in the region? SEA Limited, they are they own 7-Eleven. Sorry, SEA Limited, they own the Shopee. Shopee is one of the online, the highest visit online platform in the region. Tokopedia is an Indonesia platform, and then they let me see, they have the Indo, I think they have the Indo Morat. And then 7 and 9 Holding, they have the 7-Eleven, Sogo, and Cebu. And then Salim Group is also one of the top retailer in Indonesia. And then Central Retail is the top retail group in Thailand. And then SM Group is the top retail group in Philippines. So the top 10 most visited e-commerce, there are top 4 of them that I will mention is the Shopee, and then Tokopedia, which is Indonesia, and then sorry, I can't see. And then Bukalapak, which is also an Indonesia online platform. And distribute via regional and retailer with regional presence. If it's easier for you to find a partner in the region, so I think the easiest one is Toys R Us if you are into hardlines, because Toys R Us, you can contact them in Hong Kong and they have presence in Southeast Asia. So in the case for Warner Brothers, we have worked with Toys R Us during the Batman versus Superman movie, and it covers Greater China, Southeast Asia. By working with Toys R Us, we have we work with them on the Batman versus Superman's movie, and they agreed to a Go program where they will commit it with a website featuring the movie's information, and then store set up with feature area as well as a feature area in events area. They also committed into purchasing special gift from Soap Studio, who is our licensee at that time, as a giveaway. So in that case, like if you choose to work with Toys R Us, of course, it's not easy to get into the account, but then it will be one of the best way for you to work on a regional basis. So before we extend to Southeast Asia, of course, we need to know the states of retail in Southeast Asia. So as you know, the market are quite fragmented because you cannot just sell into Singapore. You must find ways to sell into different Southeast Asia markets. And then you have to understand the regional presence, because whether you want to start in Jakarta or you want to start in Manila. And localization. Languages is the first thing that you have to focus on. Having the content translated into local language is key. And then time-specific campaign. You have to know what are the cultures in each of the markets. For example, in Indonesia, of course, the most important is Ramadan and then Hari Raya. So in the case of some retail channels, they will specify in celebrating the Hari Raya by offering special costume, food, and then decorations, and during the holy month. And then also in time specific is that you have, for example, in Indonesia or in some market, people will launch a program on the 25th of each month. The reason is that because they are the payday for Indonesia, let's say. And then they will spend a lot of money during this period from 25th to the 30th to the end of the month. In order to encourage them to buy, you will provide a lot of offer, for example, as a special price point discount or products that is tailor-made to that timing. Also, consumer nowadays are very sophisticated because they have more time spending at home because of the pandemic. So they will do a lot of research in terms of what kind of product should I be buying? Are they good for the environment? Are they value for money? Are they specialized for my health need and wellness need? So these are the things that you have to consider before you develop something. You have to be unique in order to make it out into the market. And then price and promotion, of course, like buy one, get one free. Who doesn't like it? So that's one of the idea that you have to get all these elements in order to get your product sales. Case study that we did with Philippines. In Philippines, SM is one of the major retailer. And they are so unique comparing to other retailers because they focus on licensing. Besides their products by section, they also have a section called character shop, where they house all the IP properties into one area, not only in one store, but in nationwide. All of the SM store, department store, they have a character shop within there. And they will request the licensee, the licensors to decorate the space with the most updated POPs. And also they will ask you to refresh it, and they will analyze what product sells good before they will allow you to continue selling in there. So in the case for Warner Brothers, during that time, we meet with the SM department store management on a one-on-one basis, as well as we visit the head of the SM department store, Mr. Harley C, to tell them what kind of program we are working on to support for the movie or support for the IP. In this case, not only we help the brand, we also help our licensee to sell in their products into the retail, into the SM shops. Another case study is that DC Superhero Store. During those times, we have been working with the different retailer in the region. One example is that at the SM store, we have activated events during the movie time. So we also have like POP display, licensees shopping put in there, and then also interactive games to encourage like consumer to come in and understand the brands as well as purchase products there. We also invited the licensees, for example, the fashion licensees, to come in to perform, not only to show their products, the t-shirt, the design, as well as having interactive games using the licensees' images and products. And one of the highlights is during those events is the unveil of the Batmobile during the grand opening. We were able to transfer total of 3 Batmobile across the region. Sharing some of the case studies for the Southeast Asia. quite exciting, right?
Okay.
So the key takeaway for my presentation is that number one, you really have to match your DNA of your brand with a well-known IP owners, because like working with Disney or Warner Brothers or Nickelodeon, they will ensure that there is content that's continue to come out and distribution of content nationwide. And then set up your own online store with most visited e-commerce. So as I mentioned earlier, those some of the top 10 global or regional website, you should be on there. And then work with retailer with distribution that has a regional presence, for example, Toys R Us or even Watsons. And then tailor your brands accordingly to the culture needs. So if you're in the Philippines, you have to ensure that you have the right color or the right timing or even the local languages that fits their market needs. And then participate into the IP global regional initiative or promotion retail programs. So just like the Warner Brothers, the movie events that comes out, that you should participate. And if you have any doubts finding the right IP, please consult Asia Licensing Association. They are the right person or right place for you to start your licensing adventures. Thank you.
Yeah, 張唔夠，頭先就唔係，你讀個question出嚟。
好啊，好啊。你對中國市場也很了解，以你的經驗在國內及東南亞市場做 brand license and IP business，兩地有何主要分別是值得 brand owner 注意的 ？Okay, I think having the brand license, the IP owners, of course, they do know that in terms of going into China or going to Southeast Asia is quite different, because when you market in Southeast Asia, you can always go on YouTube, you can always go on the a lot of international platform. However, in China, when you have to license, you have to make sure that you are on WeChat and Weibo and all these 小红书，还有很多不同的platform. And then having a KOL is the key for you to ensure to promote your products. And then also in terms of branding your products, you also need to participate in those key sales event like Double 11 in China, or also 12.12 also in China is important for you to sell your projects, your products. So main differences is that the culture is different. You have to know the culture, and then you have to find the right partner or the right licensing agent to help you out, because you cannot really do it by yourself. Even brands from Europe, let's say World of Eric Carr, they also contact us in terms of like, can you help me to do the social media online? So at the Guangzhou Artland, we have a subsidiary called IBA. They will provide those kind of online social solution to the brand owners. So working with the right partner is very important. Whether in China, you can choose Guangzhou Artland, or in Southeast Asia, which is Pacific Licensing Studio. They are one of the WB. They were WB's licensing agent, where they have presence in all of the key markets: Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. They all have office there, and they will have the local people to handle the brand or handle your license. And they will also help you to say, hey, I have an event coming up in 9 months. The movie is coming up. They work on a very long schedule ahead of time, at least 1 year ahead of time, to give you enough time, especially when you're product licensing. They will give you at least 9 to 6 months time to develop your product by telling you in January, I will have a movie or I will have an event coming out in summertime. So you better get your products ready if you are targeting to kids or back to school program, or if you are targeting to a seasonal program. Let's say Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up. So we work 9 months ahead to ensure you have the right lantern, the right mooncake that's come out with SpongeBob mooncake or Paw Patrol mooncake in order to capture the seasonal needs. So basically, my answer is to find the right partner for you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now we have a break because we are running behind the schedule very much. So I want to shorten the break. Okay, yeah, we can come back at about 5 minutes of the 12. Yeah, and then the washroom just next door. Okay, yeah. So now we can have a break.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're thirsty, and then you can ask for a bottle of water or tea. Okay, outside.
First of all, it's a pleasure
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we can go back to your seat. Yeah, because we are going to start very soon. Uh, 我们上半场的这个演讲很快就开始了。OK， 请各位就坐。这是也好的，抱歉。Okay, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I can only give you a short break. And now, the second part of today's, now the second part of today's summit will start. And the next presentation will be given by Ms. Susan T. Wijaya. Okay, she's the president of Indonesian Licensing Association. And her topic is about how to develop and manage brand licensing business in Southeast Asia, particularly Indonesia. Okay, now we welcome Susan T.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be in the second International Licensing Summit on Brand Licensing and IP Management. I would like to thank you to Dr. Toby Chen, the founder and the chairman of Asian Licensing Association, and also the Amelin Business School for the invitation for Indonesia Licensing Association called ASEAN-C to inform about our country, Indonesia, and how to develop and manage the brand licensing business in Southeast Asia, including how to register and protect your licensing brand in Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the largest archipelago countries in the world, with a total area covering land and sea of over 5,200 kilometers from west to east and almost 2,000 kilometers from north to the south. And we have the longest coastline of 180,000 kilometers with more than 17,600 islands. With around more than 275 million of people, Indonesia is the world's fourth most populous country after China, India, and the United States. Our GDP is 868,700 billion US dollars, and our GNP per capita reached us about 3,650 US dollars. Our economic growth rate reached 6.3%, and our middle class up income group is 20% plus. All the major religions in our country are Muslims, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, and Catholics. The Indonesian domestic market is easy, not too demanding, and would be a wonderful place for newcomers for doing and expanding brand licensing business in our country. Since the pandemic, Indonesia's economic growth experienced negative growth, which previously averaged above 5% based on the Indonesia's Central Statistic Bureau. The Indonesian food and beverage sector remained resilient in 2020 and 2021, and value-added output increased 0.8% and 2.5% respectively. Many international brands for restaurants, food and beverages, including bubble drinks and daily segments, show the growth rates. The results of a survey by the Central Statistic Agency, or BPS, recorded that 82.85% of companies were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on the sector, accommodation and food or beverage businesses experienced the most decline in income, followed by the transportation and warehousing, construction, manufacturing, and trading sectors. For the licensing business potentials, the Ministry of Trade revealed that the licensing, including the franchising business in Indonesia, has a huge potential and increasing demand from year to year. According to the Ministry of Trade, the growth of is around 5% from year 2020 to 2021, of which 58% is dominated by the food and beverage sector, followed by the retail sector for 15.31% and the non-formal education sector for 13.40%. The Ministry of Trade also stated that even in a pandemic situation, the licensing, including the franchising business, would still contribute to the GDP in Indonesia as in 2020 and 2021. The business still contributes 290 trillion rupiah or 1.9% of Indonesia's GDP in 2021 by absorbing more than 600,000 workers, a turnover of more than 54 billion rupiah, with a total of more than 93,000 outlets operating. This could be a huge economic potential, especially during the pandemic, where many people stay at home and enjoy creating products based on intellectual property. Indonesia remains a very promising market for overseas brands. Hence, many international brands from South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, Thailand, USA, Malaysia, Singapore, and also from China choose Indonesia as the top priority brand licensing for expansion country. For the time being, many local startup businesses have also commenced growing by focusing on the strength of local taste and exploring the digitalization portals. There are many international brands, including from China and Hong Kong, that is successfully entered Indonesia, as you can see from the slides. Indonesians, kids, and teens love to play the Mobile Legends games. And Indonesians like to wear Giordano, one of the famous clothing brand from Hong Kong. So there are still big demands for international licensing brands in Indonesia. Me, myself, still opened 8 new F&B outlets during the pandemic COVID 2020 till June 2022. And I expanding 3 new brand licensing in Indonesia. Indonesia hosts several major world events. In March 2022, the Mandalika Circuit Lombok held a MotoGP race. As this licensed world-class race will enhance the stage of Indonesian tourism, a combination of sports, nature, and culinary tourism. This is one of the most expensive licensed brand we know. The license fee is about 9 million euro per year, and Indonesia will hold it for the next 5 years. In addition to the MotoGP event, in October 2022, Indonesia will chair the G20 meetings in Bali and Jakarta. The mandate of the G20 presidency received by Indonesia, along with the various G20 forums in Indonesia, can strengthen Indonesia's steps to play a strategic economic role at the global level. And now I would like to share about the licensing in Indonesia. In Indonesia, licensing is the process of granting permission to use intellectual property rights and use them in products or services. A license means giving a permit with an agreement, or it can be mean that a license is the granting of permission from the owner, which is licensor of the mark, the owner of the goods or services, to the party who received that we call licensee to use the license in goods or services. And the most common of licensing is the brand licensing. And the form of the brand licensing in Indonesia are standardization, component branding, co-branding, brand extension, merchandising, as we all know, and also, of course, franchising. The basic requirements for the brand license in Indonesia. For Article 42 on Law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 20 of 2016 on brand and geographical indication, states that the owner of a registered mark may grant a license to another party to use the mark either in part or in all type of goods and services. So the very basic requirement for a brand license agreement is a registered trademark. Since 1992, Indonesia has adopted the first to file principle as the basis for trademark registration. This means that the party who first registered the mark is considered by law as the rightful owner of the mark. So, without first registering your trademark in Indonesia, you are incapable of making a brand license agreement in Indonesia. To register your trademark in Indonesia, the owner must register the mark directly in Indonesia Intellectual Property Office through an intellectual property consultant registered in the Indonesian Ministry of Law and Human Rights. It will cost approximately 945 Hong Kong dollar. However, there is a language barrier, unfamiliar legal provisions, and there is no definite time regarding the registration process. For the license concept in Indonesia, according to Article 7, Paragraph 1, Regulation of Government of the Republic of Indonesia, number 36 of 2018, on recording intellectual property license agreement, saying that all license agreement must be recorded in Indonesia Intellectual Property Office. In general, the concept of a license agreement in Indonesia the same as the concept of a license in other countries. However, a license agreement must at least include the following: the date, the month, the year, and the place of the license agreement signed, the name and address of the licensor and the licensee, and the object of the license agreement must include the terms of the license, whether a license is exclusive or non-exclusive, and whether the licensee can issue the sub-licenses or not, the duration of the license agreement, the area where the license agreement is valid, and the party who pays for the annual fee or the maintenance fee. But this is only for patent registration only. And how to record your license agreement? First, every license agreement must be made using Bahasa Indonesia or Indonesian language. Second, the licensor or licensee submits an application for license agreement recordation to Indonesia Intellectual Property Office. Third, Indonesia Intellectual Property Office will conduct an examination and will do announce in License Agreement Gazette. For the company establishment in Indonesia, the requirement list, you must have a PT, or called Perseroan Terbatas in Indonesian language, is a type of a legal entity that a foreign company must use to run a business in Indonesia. And the investment value is more than 10 billion rupiah, or approximately about 5.3 million Hong Kong dollars. And the minimum capital is also 10 billion rupiah, or approximately 5.3 million Hong Kong dollars. For the company establishment process, the deed of establishment of a PT is made with a notarial deed using Bahasa Indonesia or Indonesian language. And the Indonesian Ministry of Law and Human Rights will publish a ministerial decree regarding the ratification of legal entities the taxpayer identification number is used as personal identification or identity of the taxpayer in exercising his rights and fulfilling tax obligations. The business permits are generated electronically on the OSS or online single submission platform. And now I would like to let you know about the common mistakes before promoting your brand in Indonesia. For the registered trademark, rule number 1, always register a trademark first before promoting your brand in Indonesia. Language barrier is an important consideration in promoting your licensed brands in Indonesia, especially if the brand names in non-Latin scripts. The mannerism and social code of conduct. Because Indonesia's diverse amount of cultural variations can be challenged by new brands to enter. Each brand might represent at least some of their native culture values that might be incompatible with native Indonesian culture values, mannerism, and social code of conduct. And the differences in local preferences also. In this forum, I would also like to introduce about our association. Indonesia License Association or Asosiasi Lisensi Indonesia, or called ASENSI, was established on 2018 and endorsed by a decree from Ministry of Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia on May 22, 2018. The establishment of ASENSI is based on the goodwill to strengthen national economy based on the use of license and intellectual property. We sense that there is a need for a forum, an independent institution, as a driving force to direct the momentum of national license to accommodate all Indonesian entrepreneurs to the next level, which gives significant impacts to the nation. ASENSI vision is to be the first and the only one high-impact independent organization in Indonesia dedicated to create and nurture national license and the use of intellectual property nationally and internationally. And our mission are developing awareness on intellectual properties and license through several education programs and events, developing new business opportunities on licensing cooperation to create brands and growth of entrepreneurs in Indonesia, creating and developing business opportunities, local brands and products to be licensed or even franchise, creating jobs and to enhance human resources quality through licensing and intellectual property, and building a strong relation through the Pentahelix scheme with the government, industry, media, academics, and business people, national and internationally. ASENSI is an organization that proudly gives the certificate of trademark of Indonesia Tourism, which is the wonderful Indonesia, to the Ministry of Tourism Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Arif Yahya, in 2018. For the last 2 years, during the pandemic COVID-19, our association did many educational programs through online and offline, and some of the offline webinars to educate Indonesia's MSME and Indonesia entrepreneurs to give more information and knowledge about the licensing, the meaning of the licensing, the business expansion through licensing. And we did many social and impactful movements hand in hand with the government and society to face the pandemic COVID-19 together, such as feeding the hunger, helping the hospital staffs, the restaurants and hotels, musicians that affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. We also have collaboration business talk with Malaysia, Taiwan, South Korea, Vietnam, and other countries. We also had Indonesia Licensing Expo 2021 hybrid, offline and online in Jakarta Convention Center, Indonesia. And we also held Indonesia Local Brands Expo 2021, Indonesia Business Festival 2021, and the wonderful Indonesia Sri Kandi Championship 2021 in Mobile Legends competition, which we reached 20 million viewers as the highest ever in Indonesia. And our nearest event in Indonesia is Indonesia Licensing Expo 2022 that we as association are proudly present at the 20th IFRA in conjunction with Indonesia Licensing Expo 2022 that will be held in Jakarta Convention Center again on August 5th till August 7, 2022. After successfully being held in hybrid, offline and online in 2021, our events connect thousands of business owners, entrepreneurs, and investors who attend to more than 350 brands, brand owners, licensors, and exhibitors to talk about business. And ASEANSI will organize the national esport competitions in Mobile Legends competitions again this year, called Wonderful Indonesia Sri Kandi Championship 2022, which is the biggest esport ladies competition in Indonesia. And we will be on October 2022 in Jakarta. So for international brand owners who want to promote your brand in Indonesia with the youth segment, can do the promotions through the sponsorship to our esport competition event in October, because the competition will be watched by millions of viewers for the 3 days competition. And if you have questions about how to register your brand in Indonesia, you can contact us at the following email address. Without a question, globalization has increased demand in Indonesia for international brands, especially for international clothing, bags, shoes, food and beverage. Therefore, establishing international licensing partnership is undoubtedly one of the predictors of a country's economic growth as well as effective commercial advancement. I hope that through this International Licensing Summit, all participants present today can gain more knowledge on the licensing journey and gain more network. I believe that the second International Licensing Summit will give the knowledge better for how to register and promote the brand licensing in Southeast Asia, and provide a better knowledge and an opportunity for people to develop cultural appreciation, new business connections, and network with international brands. I hope in the near future, we can have a mutual cooperation to strengthen the growth of the brand licensing between Indonesia and Hong Kong even further. Thank you very much once again, and have a wonderful licensing summit.
Okay, thank you.
All right, welcome everyone to this presentation at the second International Summit on Brand Licensing and IP Trade Management. This presentation is entitled Brand Licensing in Thailand in 2022. My name is Michelle Ray Jones. I am a partner at Tiliki & Gibbons International Limited. We are located in Bangkok, Thailand, but we also have offices around Southeast Asia. I'm also president of the Licensing Executive Society of Thailand. So I encourage you to look up our website to find out about our events which may be of interest to you. So let's get started. On the agenda today, we have 3 topics. The topic will be current brand licensing trends in Thailand. Next, we'll speak about common legal issues and pitfalls in entering into brand licensing arrangements in Thailand. And lastly, we'll talk about key practical considerations for doing licensing deals in Thailand. So here are some current brand licensing trends in Thailand. Firstly, we have in-person brand experiences. Thailand right now is fully open after our restrictions for COVID. So we have not only lots of events happening for locals, but we also have lots of events reopening for tourists. And as many of you may know, Thailand has many great shopping experiences. Thailand's malls are known around the world for their great shopping and their great experiences. So many of the malls have very large exhibit spaces. And three exhibits that I would like to kind of highlight here that I have noticed recently in Thailand are all taking place in our very popular malls. So one mall is called Icon Siam. It is one of the new malls. And there is an exhibit currently ongoing called Peppa Pig Picnic Fun. So we all know that Peppa Pig is the British animated series. And this is an exhibit where children can go and play in a playground-like atmosphere with Peppa Pig branding. Another popular mall is Central World. And recently there was an exhibit called Studio Ghibli and Uniqlo's My Style, My Ghibli exhibit. And this was an interactive exhibit with life-size Totoro and other animated Ghibli characters. It also featured photographs and also had the ability for the participants to purchase branded Studio Ghibli items. So this was in collaboration with, like I said, Ghibli and Uniqlo, the Japanese companies. Lastly, we had at Siam Paragon an exhibit called One Siam and Zapito. You may know that Zapito is a South Korean app that creates avatars for people. It's mainly used by tweens and teens. And the One Siam is a group of retail establishments here, very high end. So this was an event, an ongoing event where people could meet and greet with the avatars. So lots of in-person brand experiences going on. Next, we are seeing lots of collaborations between Thai brands and Western brands. So here we have examples of a collaboration between Jaspal and Coca-Cola. Jaspal is a ready-to-wear brand in Thai malls. It is, very popular here in Thailand. And we also have Greyhound, which is very similar. It's a Thai brand, very popular, long established, has outlets in all of the malls here. And they did a collaboration with Pepsi. So here we have a collaboration between Coke and a collaboration with Pepsi. Both of these brands do lots of collaborations. Jaspal has worked with one of the Kardashians. Greyhound has worked with IKEA, so they are very open to this type of collab. We're also seeing collaborations between Thai brands and Asian brands. Here on the left, you can see a collaboration between Ichitan and Garena. Ichitan is a Thai beverage brand that does green tea and energy drinks, and you may know Garena is a Singaporean company that publishes games. And so in these promotions, there are codes under the caps, and people who buy the products can go and see whether they have won skins for the Garena games, such as, skins for guns in the games and that type of thing. We also saw a collaboration between Samsung and Siri Vanavari Bangkok. This Thai brand is run by one of the princesses in Thailand, and they made these beautiful covers for Samsung phones. finally, on this topic, another big trend we're seeing here in Thailand as far as brands and licensing go are, of course, NFTs and the metaverse. So Jim Thompson is a Thai silk brand, very high end, very beautiful, high quality clothes. They recently launched a set of NFTs on Elephant Day. The people who purchased the NFTs also got a subscription to Jim Thompson, which gave them discounts and things like that for, I believe, a year-long period. And also, some of the proceeds from the sale of the NFTs went to an elephant foundation here in Thailand. So that was one good example of what people are doing here. We also have something called Metaverse Thailand. This is a platform that is obviously a metaverse platform with a 3D world. Right now, the world is set in Bangkok, and you can be in some of the trendy areas such as Thong Lor. They are advertising this as a place where people can go and have game experiences, but also collaborate in a working environment. So these are all opportunities for licensing. Thailand definitely has a very strong tech community as well as a creative community. So putting both of those together lead to lots of opportunities. All right, so let's talk about some common legal issues and pitfalls in entering into brand licensing arrangements in Thailand. In this section, first I will go through the legal issues, and then after discussing those, I will talk about how licensors and licensees can try to avoid these. So one common legal issue is around the issue of trademark protection in Thailand. So Thailand is a first to file country. So that means that the first party to file a trademark application obtains the right to use the mark. This is in contrast to some countries, such as the US, which are first to use countries, in which the first party to use the trademark has a better right to the trademark. Another issue under Thai trademark protection is that potential licensees may file for trademark protection of brands if they find out that they're not yet filed by the licensors. So if this occurs, it would be necessary to obtain an assignment of the trademark to the licensor or to successfully oppose or cancel the application or registration in order for the true trademark owner to obtain rights. So this is a result of this first to file system, that if another party files first, then the party who wants the mark will need to negotiate for those rights. They don't automatically win a legal case. Some other common legal issues relating to trademark protection are the length of time that it takes here in Thailand. So it takes approximately 1 to 1.5 years to register a trademark in a smooth proceeding. So this is, fairly common, but the issue comes in if there are any problems with the trademark application. In such case, it can take 3 to 4 years if there are any rejections or oppositions. So that's quite a long time to be wondering whether your trademark will actually, proceed to registration. And in general, the Thai Department of Intellectual Property is very strict when it comes to trademark registration. So many trademarks that are accepted in other countries are rejected in Thailand. So this is something that trademark owners should really know. Some common reasons for rejection are non-distinctiveness, which has to do with the concept that a trademark needs to be distinctive, meaning that it needs to identify the goods and services and needs to allow consumers to understand that those goods and services come from a particular source. So if a trademark is deemed to be non-distinctive, that means that possibly the trademark registrar thinks that it describes the goods or services, or that it consists of common dictionary terms that won't allow the public to differentiate it from other trademarks. So that's a very common rejection in Thailand, more so than in other jurisdictions, I would say. Another issue is similarity to prior trademarks. So this comes into the issue of it being a first to file jurisdiction. You need to make sure that your trademarks aren't similar to those that have already been filed. And lastly, the goods and services in the mark, so the goods and services that are being protected, need to be acceptable under Thai practice, which is can be different than other countries. So you just need to be careful there. All right, so how can we avoid these common legal issues? My first advice would be that licensors should file trademark applications in Thailand prior to negotiating with potential licensees. Generally, it's recommended to file as soon as Thailand becomes a potential market. We've been talking about potential licensees filing the trademark applications, which often they do in good faith. They are just they see that there's an issue there and they say, oh, we gotta make sure these trademarks are protected. And often, they're not meaning any harm by that. They think they're entering into a business deal and they want to make sure everything is okay when they start, using that brand in Thailand. However, there's also the issue of bad faith filers. So people will go to different countries. They can go to Hong Kong, they can go to China. They see the brands that are popular, and then they come back to Thailand and say, oh, there's no trademark application filed here now. I'm going to file that application. It's similar to what happens with domain names squatters, etc. So licensors should file their applications as soon as they start thinking about Thailand. What else? So licensors should consult trusted Thai legal counsel before filing a trademark application in order to obtain advice to help avoid refusals. So the law firm may conduct a search to identify potential obstacles such as prior marks or reasons for refusal, and they will provide advice on the list of goods and services and the appearance of the mark. So for example, often we will have clients come to us and they will say, we would like to file this trademark in Thailand, and we know the practice. We could say, that's likely to receive a refusal, so we recommend that you amend this mark in this way. Say, for example, if it's a word mark, we might say you should add a device to that. That will help it avoid refusal, things like that. We will also say, okay, you may have filed for these goods and services in other countries, but we know that under Thai practice, you're going to get a refusal. So to avoid that refusal and the cost and the delay, here's how you should fix the list of goods and services. So that's why having good counsel is important. Along those same lines, we suggest that licensors file their trademark applications through the national route rather than through the Madrid system to avoid unnecessary delays. So for those who are unfamiliar, trademarks in Thailand can be filed through these two different systems. A national route means that you use the Thai trademark office to file your application. In that case, it will go directly to a Thai examiner and be reviewed that way. If you go through the Madrid system, you file through your country of origin, then it is sent to the World Intellectual Property Organization, who then sends it on to the Thai Trademark Office, and it is examined that way. Filing through a national application lets you talk to the Thai counsel that you will ask to file the application, customize the goods and services, etc. Do everything that you can to avoid that rejection that I was talking about that's much more common in Thailand. One tip is that currently applications filed through the Madrid system are taking longer than national applications on average to proceed to registration. So again, to avoid those delays, we definitely suggest you file through the national route. All right, so another common legal issue is with trademark license agreements. In Thailand, a trademark license agreement for registered Thai trademarks must be recorded with the Thai Department of Intellectual Property. A trademark license for registered Thai trademarks that is not recorded with the Thai DIP is void as to its trademark provisions, and thus those provisions are unenforceable under Thai law. And lastly, the duration of the license agreement must not exceed the protection period of the registered trademarks, meaning that if your trademark has a renewal date in 5 years, then the license agreement can't be longer than 5 years. And if it's due for renewal next year, then your license agreement has to expire on that date. So these can be a little tricky. In addition, a trademark license agreement must contain certain provisions and meet other requirements in order to be registered with the DIP. So if you have a standard agreement that you use in many countries, it may be rejected in Thailand if it doesn't have these particular requirements. Among other requirements, the license agreement must contain the terms and conditions under which the owner of the mark must actually be able to control the quality of the goods manufactured or the services rendered by the licensee. So, usually license agreements have a quality control provision that's obviously kind of standard, but you want to make sure you get that checked out by someone before you enter into that license agreement, because it may not meet the Thai requirements. All right, another issue is that after an application to register a license agreement is filed, it will take about 8 to 12 months from the application date for the application to be examined. So again, we've got some time here that it takes. We often see rejections too, so it just needs to be carefully reviewed. And a trademark license agreement must be re-registered with the Department of Intellectual Property if it expires. All right, so how can you avoid these common legal issues with the trademark license agreements? So before finalizing a trademark license agreement, you should ask trusted Thai legal counsel to review it for acceptability. You should also engage Thai counsel to register the license agreement with the Department of Intellectual Property. The counsel will be able to attend to the legal requirements such as translation. And like I said before, they can point out those issues that you may have with your license and change them. We would suggest that you ask Thai counsel to docket the expiry date of the license agreement and send a reminder prior to expiry so that it is properly re-registered. So of course, as I mentioned, if the license agreement expires and is not re-registered, that's a problem because you need to have the registered agreement in order for it to be valid in Thailand. And I'd also suggest that you consider automatic renewal of the license agreement or longer license terms than you may have initially anticipated if the parties do not wish to go through the hassle and expense of frequent re-registrations. So if you have a license agreement that expires in 2 years, that means that you have to re-register that license agreement again after those 2 years, which again is a hassle and it costs money, and etc. So these are all things that should be considered with trademark license agreements. I want to note, as you may have noticed, I said that license agreements for registered Thai trademarks need to be registered with the Thai Department of Intellectual Property. If your trademark is pending or not yet registered or has been even refused, but you're still licensing it, that's okay. You can enter into a license agreement, but you don't need to register it, but it's fine, it's still valid. The way the law has been interpreted is that you only need to do this for registered Thai trademarks. All right, one common legal issue that we haven't discussed yet is counterfeit goods. So more and more counterfeits are sold online in Thailand. We really saw an increase in online counterfeits during the COVID pandemic. And in Thailand, consumers tend to use both e-commerce platforms and social media apps. So I've listed here the popular Thai e-commerce platforms. Some of these are around the region, not just in Thailand. So you may be familiar with Lazada and Shopee. We have JD Central, Kaidi. Also popular are We Love Shopping and Tarot.com. As far as social media apps go, certainly Instagram and Facebook are big players. People will advertise on those apps and meet in person to exchange the goods. So how to avoid common legal issues with counterfeits? Prior to entering the license agreement, we recommend that you carefully discuss how infringement matters will be handled and by whom. So whether it will be the licensor or the licensee, or whether there will be an option for the licensor to take control if they wish. We recommend that you make sure the license agreement clearly states which party will handle that legal action so that there isn't any confusion down the line. We, of course, recommend that you engage in regular monitoring of the markets, both online and offline, for counterfeit goods. Now that tourism is picking up, we expect to see an increase again in the offline sales of counterfeits in markets. So online, of course, is very important, but offline should not be ignored as well. And finally, we recommend that you record the registered trademarks with the Thai Customs Department for monitoring of the goods that pass the Thai border. So you can engage counsel to do this. These need to be registered trademarks in Thailand. So again, another reason why you should get those trademark applications on file as soon as possible, so that you can get that registration certificate and be able to record those trademarks with Thai Customs. But Thai Customs does a very good job at stopping goods. They have been working very hard to increase the protection at the Thai border. So this is definitely something that should be on your checklist of things to do. All right, our third topic is key practical considerations for doing licensing deals in Thailand. So here we go. The first one is respect. Thai business partners value relationships and respect, and kindness and courtesy go a long way. As you can tell, I have an American accent. I am originally from the US. When I first arrived in Thailand many years ago, I had to learn that kindness and courtesy may be the most important aspect of any relationship in Thailand. These cannot be ignored. This is the bedrock of the relationship and can really make a difference between whether some relationships go forward and turn into business partnerships. And related to that is communication. So clear communication both before and during the licensing relationship can ensure that it is successful. You know, communication in Thailand needs to be respectful. It needs to be done in a way that no side loses face. Needs to be done in a way that the lines of communication are kept open. One of the risks of doing business deals in Thailand is that the parties don't communicate enough, and one side either stops communicating with the other side because they're worried about what response they will get, or from the outset, there's not enough communication on the details because of concern over raising issues. But I strongly recommend that this communication be very thorough and respectful and done in a kind and courteous manner in order to have a long-lasting relationship. And last but not least, it is very valuable to have trusted assistance in Thailand. So navigating these different ways of doing business can be difficult, as I know from having done it myself. So having a local agent can be helpful to smooth the language and cultural barriers, so that agent can, in addition to obviously speaking in Thai to the counterpart that you might be working with, they can also point out areas where there might be a cultural issue that you should be aware of, or that something might be not going smoothly, and they can give you a tip about how to get it back on track. So we strongly recommend, like I said, having a local agent here, which can be a law firm or some other type of agent, but it certainly goes a long way. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your attention. Again, my name is Michelle Ray Jones. You can reach me by email if you'd like to get in touch at michelle.r@taliki.com. And thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
大家好，我是张月梅，很高兴今天能够参加我们这个活动，在我们这个平台上和大家一起交流中国的品牌和知识产权保护的这个话题。品牌和知识产权保护呢，是一个相当大的一个话题啊，涉及的面呢也相当的广。那么我呢也不可能在有限的时间内跟大家呢把所有的问题都交流到。那我想在品牌授权的这个区域内，涉及到法律保护最重要的一个内容，最核心的一个呢，我觉得就是商标许可的问题。所以呢，今天我呢就重点和大家交流一下商标许可的一些重要的内容，因为商标许可呢也涉及到的相当多的内容。我呢今天呢就主要讲涉及到一些法律的关键点，也就是我们在实践中在进行品牌授权的时候最重要的重心点。我觉得这个是品牌授权人要明白的。至于一些特别细节的问题，那当然我们会请专业的法律人士来把关，但是大的内容和关键点我们一定要清楚。在这个授权讲法律概念之前，我们先要对这个品牌授权这有一个基本的概念，因为我们品牌，我们总是说品牌呢，它是一个市场端的概念。我们说的平时就是我们总说的品牌授权这个概念，其实它不是一个法律概念。而且呢，在这个我们这个里头呢，我给它分为两大部分，一部分呢就是 IP 许可，而且这里这个 IP 也不是我们在讲知识产权法里头说的那个 IP， 我们在市场上用的这个 IP， 其实它包含着很多的内容，我呢给它概括了3类，一个呢是名字，这个名字呢就包括 人名啊，就是自然人的名字，比如说我们的影星啊，我们的各种的成功的人物啊，各种各样，还有现在我们特别流行的各种主播啊，总之就是一个活生生的人的名字啊。当然了，过世的人呢，他也有名字啊，也能做 IP 授权。这是名字。另一部分名字就是包括那些虚拟角色的名字。这些虚拟角色呢，就包括这个影视作品中的虚拟人物的角色，动漫里的虚拟角色，还包括我们的小说啊、故事啊这样中的一种虚拟角色的名字。这些名字呢，在我们现实中都可以做 IP 许可和授权啊，品牌授权。所以呢，这个名字呢，也是包含的2大类。第二个呢，我给它归结为形象。这形象呢，依然是包含了2大类，一个呢就是我们真实的人的形象啊，我们明星的形象，我们重要人物的形象，我们科学家的形象，对吧？我们发明人的形象。另一种呢，就包括我们现在非常非常多的虚拟形象，比如我们著名的游戏人物的形象、著名的动漫人物的形象啊，或者这些形象呢，也归为形象类的。这些东西呢，也可以做 IP 许可。事实中，现实中呢，也经常有这样的许可。第3种呢，我归结为作品啊。作品呢，就包括的比如说一幅图、一幅画、一个影视作品的片段、一个漫画的一个连续的一个动画的一个动画的一个小视频啊等等，这些我们都可以进行授权。这涉及到这么多东西，我们的 IP 里头就是我们市场端的所谓的品牌授权 ，IP 端呢就涉及到这么多的东西。我们聊起来是这些，但这些概念里头涉及到的法律问题，其实涉及到相当多的在先权利和使用中的法律概念，比如涉及到姓名权、肖像权、著作权等等等等，它的法律概念是完全不一样的。所以呢，问题很多。另一个呢，我就归结为这个商标许可，这个呢就是实实在在的作为品牌使用啊，涉及到商标许可。今天呢，我跟大家聊的就是商标许可的内容。因为如果时间更长的话呢，可以和大家聊聊涉及到的什么肖像权、著作权、姓名权等等，但是时间短啊，所以呢，今天主要跟大家聊的是商标许可。这个商标许可的意思就是，我有一个在先的注册商标，然后许可给你作为注册商标，或者说我们说的品牌，真正的在市场中使用啊，仅指这一种情况。当然了，我们的名字、形象、作品通通可以注册为商标，也通通可以许可别人作为商标和品牌使用。所以上面那些的涉及到法律问题呢，都存在着商标许可的这个法律概念。这张图呢，给大家看的这张图呢，就可以看到，在前面这个图里是一个喜羊羊的形象啊，这个喜羊羊呢是中国的一个非常有名的动漫的一个形象。那么在这个呢是一个宾馆的一个儿童客房的这么一个设置。那么在这种使用中啊，品牌授权的这种使用中，它显然也是授权过的，它就不涉及到商标许可，因为它不是作为商标使用的，它是作为一种装饰装潢使用的。那么这里呢就不涉及到商标许可的话题。而旁边这个案例，南极人。这个南极人呢是中国很著名的一个内衣品牌，它大约在20年前呢通过很大范围的广告宣传，所以呢它的知名度很高，这个公司还上市了。但是在它上市之后呢，这家公司呢他们就进行了唯一的做法呢，就是进行了品牌授权这件事情。他们呢就注册了非常多的商标，然后呢在这些商标就不同类别、不同商品上的商标，然后呢许可给非常多的人使用，就完完全全现在就是一个靠商标许可来进行经营获利的一个公司。这个呢就是我们聊的商标许可啊这样子的案例。在我们进入到正式的话题之前，还得再给大家安利一个概念，那就是我们的商标和品牌到底有什么区别？因为我们在市场中，我们说的更多的是品牌。对，没错，品牌就是个市场概念。记住，品牌是个市场概念，它的基本原则是没有国界。我们全世界只有一个品牌。我们说苹果，全世界都在用苹果；我们说华为，全世界都是华为；说腾讯，对吧？全世界都在用腾讯啊，就是一个品牌。所以品牌没有国界，没有国界。但是商标不一样，商标是个法律概念，法律概念啊，它是有权利的。严格的说，品牌并没有权利。我们当谈到权利这个问题的时候，我们不会用品牌这个字儿，我们用的是商标这个词儿。 而商标有地域性。所谓的地域性，就是我们的商标只在每个国家的法律生效的范围内得到权利保护。比如我们中国大陆的《中华人民共和国商标法》，我们保护的范围就是大陆地区，不涉及港澳台地区啊。这样港澳台地区呢，如果作为商标保护，由他们独自的法律系统来进行保护。而呢，他们获得权利的方式也不一样。品牌主要是通过市场宣传呢，大家获得认知；而商标呢，主要是通过使用或者注册呢获得权利。尤其是在我们中国呢，实行的是注册制，也就是说，可能一个商标压根儿没使用，它也可能只要一注册呢，也可能获得权利。最重要的一个区别就是，我们的品牌是一个非常大概念的范围。就比如说我们说华为。说腾讯，我们涉及到很多的内容，对吧？因为这些公司都是大公司，他们涉及到很多产品和服务，我们都给它概括在一个品牌之下。但是当我们说商标的时候，就不是这样了。我们只要说商标，就暗含了和一个具体商品紧密结合的。这每一个大公司都会注册很多商标，我们就会说计算机商品上的华为商标，是吧？手机商品上的华为商标，矿泉水商品上的华为商标。所以商标只要提到商标，一定要只确定到哪个商品上的商标。所以呢，这是一个最巨大的区别，这也就是我们在法律体系解决问题的时候和品牌这个呢产生的一些混乱，大家不太理解的问题。好，我们了解了这几个基本概念以后，我们就可以继续我们今天的重要的话题了——商标许可。我今天呢，给大家把商标许可呢做了重要讲3个内容啊，一个就是许可方式、许可期限和许可商品和类别。我们先说许可方式。在这个前提里的意思就是说，假如你有一个，我们叫 IP 授权嘛，假如你有一个在线的 IP， 就我刚才讲的，不管你是姓名很厉害呀，形象很厉害呀，很有名，或者说你的品牌很厉害，或者你的作品很厉害，那么我们要在做商标许可的时候，那肯定是有一个前提的，那就是你首先要去注册为商标啊，这是个大前提。那么，当你把你的名字也好、肖像也好、作品也好，或者说就是你的品牌也好，注册为商标以后，这个时候呢，就可以进行品牌授权啊，商标许可了。那么许可的时候呢，有3种方式许可，一种呢叫做独占许可使用。独占使用许可，这独占是什么意思？就是说我许可给你用了，那么只有你能用，仅有你是被许可人。仅你能用，我都不能用。各位一定要记住，许可中有一种许可是我自己都不能用，我的品牌我不能用啊，这是一种。第2种呢叫排他许可，就是什么意思？就是说我许可给您用了，我也能用，你也能用啊，这是2种啊。但是别人不能用了，只能咱俩家用。你许可给我了，你不能再许可别人了。你可以用，但你不能许可别人了。第3种呢是普通使用许可，那就是我许可给你了，那我也可以许可给第3家、第4家、第5家、第6家。比如我前面介绍的南极人，他就许可给了上千家，他当然也收很多的许可费了啊，是这样子的。这3种许可方式呢，对我们授权来说是一个极其重要的选择啊，它会带来完全不一样的后果。所以大家呢在选择许可方式的时候一定要慎重。这是从使用，还有呢，被侵权的时候、维权的时候呢，它也会带来不一样的后果。在独占使用的时候，我许可给你了，你是被许可人，你是独占使用。那么，如果别人侵权了，就是别人假冒这个仿冒我们了啊，是不是侵权我们的时候，被许可人是可以独自诉讼的。独自诉讼的啊，我这里呢给大家呢重点介绍了这个独占许可，因为独占许可它是一个最重要的一个方式嘛，就是可以那个单独诉讼的啊，单独诉讼的。那么呢，在这个排他使用许可里头呢，是被许可人呢和许可人，就是我和你，我许可给你，我和你都可以同时来诉讼啊，大家都有，我们要同时诉讼。但是如果因为我许可你用了，可能我没用，虽然是我可以用，但我没用，就你用，这时候别人侵权了，我可能就懒得管。这时候呢，被许可人呢说，在许可人自己不去提出诉讼、不维权的情况下，他可以单独维权啊。他有个前提，你得先问我说你去不去？别人侵我们权了，仿冒我们了，你去不去打官司呀？你去不去维权呀？如果我不积极，态度不积极，因为我没用嘛，我就收你的许可费，态度不积极，这个时候你可以单独诉讼。 但是普通许可呢，就是不一样了。普通许可的被许可人呢，没有权利单独诉讼的啊，没有的。只有在因为我许可了很多家嘛，这时候呢，我被侵权了，我说，哎，我授权 A 家，哎，你去吧，B 家就算了。那么我授权你以后，你才能去维权啊，才能去维权。所以呢，它的维权方式也是不一样的，这3种方式是呢完全不一样的。这里我给大家呢特别强调了独占许可。独占许可就是因为独占许可呢，它是一个非常重要的权，就是你因为你许可人自己都不能用了啊，你自己都不能用了，你完全把你这个品牌的使用权、商标的使用权呢交给了被许可人，他来用，他给独自维权，什么都他来用，所以呢，这个的就等于你把利益呢全部交出去了啊，这个呢就是问题。这种全部要求独占许可呢，就会带来很多的问题。它最多的现实中的问题就是什么呢？因为我是独占许可拿到的啊，我拿到了这个，现在我拿到了这个品牌有独占许可，所以呢，我可能就会投入大量的精力、大量的金钱来占领市场、发展这个品牌，对吧？这个时候呢，当我把这个品牌就会做得很好，就做大了，因为只有我用嘛，你都不用，做大了以后。许可期限到了，对吧？然后呢，很多呢，我们现实中发生的争论就是你做大了以后，哎，许可人说，哎呦，你做的这么大了，又想收回来，就产生了很多问题啊。我们中国呢，最有名的呢，大概就是这个王老吉这个品牌，王老吉就是许可给加多宝集团用，后来到期以后，这个广药呢要收回来，这王老吉就不乐意啊，产生的问题就是你许可我独占使用，我把它做大了以后，特别不乐意你结束授权，产生的一系列问题。所以呢，在我们当然了，不管是独占许可以后，排他许可以后，所有的许可呢，我们都有2个要件，一个最重要就是签合同嘛，肯定要签合同的啊。这个许可方式呢是自主约定的，在合同中啊，自己约定一个合同。这是肯定是自我约定的，当然了，你一定要衡量好利益啊，再决定到底是签哪种许可啊，这个很重要的。第二个呢，就是这个合同呢是要向国家知识产权局备案的，因为我前面强调过了，你现在的许可是一个注册商标，你可以把你自己的享有的所有的 IP 权利呢都注册为商标啊，在法律允许的范围内注册为商标，这个时候呢，许可呢是要备案。我这里呢给大家。就给大家介绍一个案例啊，这个案例呢还挺有名的，打了 N 多个官司，是 N 多年官司，最后这个案例呢还被这个最高人民法院呢作为典型案例。它就是毕加索，大家一看就看到了那个签名，包括那个图形啊，毕加索这个图啊，他们也是注册了一系列的商标啊。就是姓名注册了一系列的商标，他们就许可别人用。那我给大家讲这个例子，就是许可在这个文具上笔和文具上这个商标啊。你看我给大家为什么我给大家说出的所有的商标都一定用这个截图，就是因为我要给大家强调它是有具体商品的。这个案子的具体商品就是后面的这墨水啊、纸啊，一定要说。我现在说的这个授权就是指后面这些商品，因为商标是和商品来紧密结合的。他这个注册人呢是毕加索文具有限公司，那么这个官司呢是这样子的，他呢首先呢把这个呢就做了独占许可，就是我刚才给说的独占许可呢给了这个上海帕洛佛文化公司用，后来呢因为案子很复杂了，简单给大家介绍，给他呢用的以后呢他又反悔了，不想给他了呢，他就因为要备案嘛，他就做了一个备案这个取消备案啊，他去国家那个知识产权局取消了这个商标许可备案取消了他又把他许可给了这个海逸享文化公司，他又给他重新签订了一个许可，也还是独占许可合同。签订以后呢，这个上海帕洛佛公司就不干了，就来告，就说要求这个合同继续有效。继续履行，就打了一系列的合同，一系列的官司啊。后来呢，经过一系列的这个诉讼呢，最后呢是法院是支持了这个合同有效的，最后是支持这个合同有效啊，就是你这个公司和这个上海帕洛佛这个独占许可合同是继续有效的。你至于你后面那个合同有效没效，你们产生了什么纠纷，你们用合同法来解决啊，你们去解决。但是我们在这个案子里，我们先认定你这个合同有效。那么这个合同有效的意思就是说，我作为被许可人，帕洛佛公司呢继续用。至于你说，那你那个海逸享公司又是说，那你签给我了，你没有，那你们俩再去打官司解决，该怎么赔怎么赔啊。 所以呢，它是一系列复杂的官司。这里头呢，为什么给大家要讲呢？这里头就有一个很重要的词儿啊，就是我旁边呢加了一句叫“独占制造与销售”这个词儿，哪来的呢？就是他们在给上海帕洛佛公司许可合同中用的这个词儿，叫“独家制造”。各位，独家不是法律词汇，独占才是法律词汇。那么独家就产生了理解起来的歧义，一方坚持说你独家就是独占的含义，就是给我用，别人不能用；另一方坚持说独家的意思是你是独家，不代表我不能用了啊，就是不是独占的意思。所以呢，各位，我给大家说的就是，我们独占合同签的一定要谨慎啊，因为你自己不能用了，这个一定要谨慎。第二呢，这个用词呢一定要用法言法语。虽然我们做的是市场的行为，我们品牌最后也是在市场上销售，但是我们一定要用法言法语。在我们普通人的概念里，独家和独占好像差不了多少，差的很多。你用了独占，那就是一个严谨的独占许可合同；你用了独家，就有歧义啊，就有歧义，就打了一系列的官司。在这里呢，一定要给大家有这一个很重要的概念。我个人呢觉得，因为我们的独家在这个独占合同里呢，就容易产生，就是我刚才说的那个，就是被许可人他独占使用，他做的很大以后呢，他就特别不想把这个品牌交回去，就产生这些纠纷啊。所以呢，我们要在考量这种授权的方式，一定要把利益衡量的考虑的全面一点。长远一点，把这个将来啊，如果发生了纠纷怎么办？这些解决方式呢，也要写的要更好一点。这个呢，就是一个简单的给大家介绍一下3种许可方式。我再重复一下：独占许可方式、排他许可方式和普通许可方式啊。普通许可方式就是可以给他，可以给他，可以给他，等等等等。那么第二个呢，在我们商标许可里最重要的一个什么？那就是期限喽。我给你用多久，对吧？我刚才介绍过了，被独占许可的那一家，真的是希望你就永久啊，你就永久给我独占吧。我都花这么大功夫给你宣传这个品牌，做的这么好了，市场也做的这么好，你就永久许可给我吧，就是这样子的，基本就是都是喜欢这样子的。但是呢，被许可那一方呢，那一个合同嘛，肯定是没有人会永久的承诺永久这样的，大家肯定是会有做一些时间的约定啊，我许可你哪年哪年。所以呢，它也是涉及到3个问题啊，就是一般的约定啊、特殊安排呀、自动顺延啊等等这些问题。最重要的时候呢，它有一个问题，就在商标许可上有一个问题呢，它老产生纠纷的是什么呢？就是我们的商标本身啊，它只有10年有效期，就是你去注册了以后10年有效。法律规定呢，只要你在第10年的时候进行续展啊，你去申请续展的话，这个商标呢就可以10年续展。也就是说，理论上说，一个商标其实它是可以无限的续展、无限的独占下去的商标专用权。但是呢，到了10年是个坎儿，你可以不续展，这商标就作废了，对吧？就作废了。而且呢，还规定你去商标局、知识产权局备案的时候呢，比如你这个商标，比如我今天签了一个许可合同，我们说啊，我许可你8年，但实际上我们那个商标呢，再过3年就到10年了。你许可他8年有道理吗？有道理的呀，因为我肯定会续展呀，我续展以后那商标肯定还是有效的。但是商标局规定，你交这个备案合同只能交3年，你到了3年以后再重新交一份，对吧？你再重新交一份。所以呢，这个许可的期限呢，也就搞得非常的复杂，经常会产生矛盾啊，而且有的人呢，就是我到了3年了。我想毁合同了，我不想给你了，那我就不续展了。那不续展怎么？我重新注一个，各位，重新注一个就变成了一个新的商标，知道吗？那我当年许可你的时候，那个商标呢就是那个，重新是又一个合同又变了。所以商标许可合同涉及到很多细致的问题。那我们在签这个合同的时候，一定要把开始时间、结束时间以及这个如果结束了以后怎么样顺延，要写的特别清楚啊，特别清楚。续展的时候，续展了以后是不是还继续许可，或者说我们那个生效的时候是以什么样的行为生效，这些一些具体的合同要约定清楚。在我们现实生活中呢，有很多案件就是因为这个时间问题呢打得不亦乐乎啊。现在就是此刻此时还依然在进行的一个非常大的许可的一个合同的一个 一个标的的一个案子就是红牛啊，红牛这个就是泰国天丝集团，他们有一个红牛标，哎呀，品牌也做得很大，他们许可了中国红牛呢来进行使用这个商标。就是因为许可期限呢，双方打了很多官司。因为中国红牛认为说你许可我的期限是多少多少年，很久的。那边说我们给你到期了，我们15年就到期了，这边说没有到期，啊，就为这个问题呢，双方打了官司，不亦乐乎啊。事实上，中国红牛最大的股东就是这个天丝集团，它在中国红牛呢占90%多的股份呢，就是他们使用的这个是他们的商标啊，饮料上。但实际上呢，他们依然打了很重要的公司。你看嘛，自己许可给自己做占90%几股份的大股东的这个公司来做，最后还是打了很多官司。其中一个官司的标的呢，就是38亿，光诉讼费呢就交了1800多万啊，就是他们这个官司呢打得特别强。我不给大家详细的介绍，现在有的官司结案了，有的官司还没有结案，还在打着，就因为这个许可合同啊，双方有很多歧义，但他们最大的歧义就是期限问题啊，期限问题。所以呢，我就提醒大家，你在这个期限上一定要定得清清楚楚的啊，清清楚楚的约定明确，约定一定要明确，要不然呢，将来就会有无限的麻烦啊。第三个呢，就是我给大家介绍的，就是商标许可的商品和服务问题。那就是我有很多商标啊，很多商标。我说了，我把我的有名气的这些什么刚才说到的人名啊、形象啊、作品啊，都注册为商标了。这时候我要许可你，那我许可你在什么商品上使用呢？在什么服务上使用呢？我强调过了，我们品牌不讲究具体的商品和服务，我们可能一个品牌下有很多内容，但我们商标一定是和具体商品服务紧密结合的哦。我们商标呢是根据这一本书啊，尤其在这是中国大陆编的，是跟尼斯协定来编的啊。全世界呢基本上也都跟这个商标分类来注册的，就说把我们现在的商品和服务，就是社会中的商品服务呢，分为了45个类别。理论上讲，你可以注册45个商标在不同的类别上，不同的类别又分了500多个小组，所以说再细分的话，你可以注500多个商标，因为不同的商品和那个服务上可以注册长得同样的商标。比如这里头给大家举的一个案例啊，就是李子柒。李子柒呢是中国非常知名的一个主播啊，已经火到了海外啊，这样的一个主播。你看他呢火了以后呢，就把自己的名字呢注册为商标。你看上面这个呢就注册在了第29类的这个鱼啊、肉啊等等上，下面那呢就注册在了第3类的口红啊、化妆品上。就说你有很多商标。所以在约定使用的时候呢，你一定要指明明确具体商品。我许可甲用，你是用在口红上啊；我许可乙用，你可能就用在肉上啊，等等。这个东西如果指定的不明确的话，就会产生纠纷啊。而且这个尤其在服务的时候，说我许可你用啊，在理发店用，那么我们可能还会指定一个服务区域，你只能在长江以南，你只能在广东省，你只能在北京市啊。这都要说清楚。如果你超过了这个期限使用的，那就要你超过了使用范围，我只许可你用，只许可李子柒啊，他现在出了一款产品叫螺蛳粉啊，李子柒螺蛳粉，但是我许可你在这个螺蛳粉上用啊，你再用的别的上了，那你就是侵权的啊，那你就是侵权的。所以呢，我们在做品牌授权，在做商标许可的时候，一定要约定明确的商品和服务，就是具体什么商品上用哪个商标。时间有限呢，我就给大家大概的介绍这些。最后呢，给大家一些建议啊，一个呢就是我反复强调的，一个呢要确定权利。那肯定了，你要把你自己的这个 IP 的这个权利啊，品牌授权，首先要把权利确定下来。那你就是要自己去注册嘛，因为我们现实中有些人呢，他说我的名字很有名，他说啊你去用去吧，那商标谁注册啊？你去注册吧，啊就存在这种情况。我的建议呢是确定权，先去确权，最好呢先把注册商标权呢拿到自己手里啊，拿到自己手里。如果你没注册啊，也一定要写清楚谁是商标权人，约定明确哦，这方面的纠纷更多。第二个呢，还要给大家提醒，那就是不管你采用什么样的许可方式、许可期限、许可服务，这个许可人你对产品的质量负有监督和保证责任，不是说啊你许可它就完了。 所以这个时候呢，就涉及到一个声誉和市场的平衡，那就是你要许可一个靠谱的人，对吧？如果他跟你做的很烂，你岂不是市场你的声誉就坏了？而且你可能还承担一定的法律后果和法律责任，因为你负有质量保证责任。第三个呢，就是在许可中啊，以我过去的案件审理实践，我长期做这个商标的确权维权工作，有很多的这个纠纷，这个纠纷特别的多，所以呢，大家在遇到纠纷的时候呢，要依靠专业人士，然后呢，一定要呢，而且呢，在解决纠纷上呢，也有很多种的方式来解决。这个时间有限呢，今天呢就跟大家聊这些，感谢大家的收听，感谢大家今天的参与，谢谢大家。有什么问题，我们会后呢再继续交流，谢谢。
Good day, everyone. My name is Simon Chadwick. Thank you for inviting me to speak at the International Brand Licensing and IP Trading Management Summit. I'm grateful to the organizers and the organizing institutions for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm also really grateful to you, the audience, for being here today and to listening to my presentation. As I mentioned, I'm Simon Chadwick. I'm Global Professor of Sport, Director of the Centre for the Eurasian Sport Industry. You'll notice that I've said already quite a lot of times the word sport. So here we are. The main focus of my presentation today is sport. And what I'm going to do to begin with is just to tell you a little bit about myself and a little bit about my work, but then to just provide you with a very brief overview of brands in sport, and then to say something rather more about latest developments around brand licensing in sport. This is a really interesting area, a very exciting area in my opinion, and one that is really important for several reasons, not least because it's a revenue generating opportunity for sports organizations, particularly clubs. But at the same time, too, I think it also puts brands and sports at the forefront of some really interesting lifestyle and digital developments. But we'll get to that in just a moment. Let me tell you a little bit more about my work. As you will see, there's a definite link, a definite connection between Europe and Asia in the things that I do. I spend a lot of time, obviously, in Europe, but also a lot of time, historically, a lot of time, pre-pandemic, a lot of time in East Asia, but also in West Asia too. And so if I was to draw a red line from my office in Paris to the campus in Shanghai, then it would go through, certainly Qatar, Saudi Arabia, India, and so forth. So these are the territories that I'm interested in. My background is in commercial sport. My doctoral studies were focused on sports sponsorship. Obviously, in sports sponsorship, leading corporations and their brands engage with sport, and so this is an area that I have a long history of working in, and certainly in practical terms, this means that I have been able to work with the likes of Adidas, FC Barcelona, Coca-Cola, MasterCard, and others. So on that basis, I come to you today as somebody who is not just an academic, but somebody who has a really, hopefully, in-depth knowledge of brands from a commercial and a practical perspective, but also somebody who works, as I say, in both Europe and Asia. For those of you who want to get in contact with me, you're welcome to email me, and my email address is there. So if any questions or observations arise following my presentation, by all means, do get in touch. Otherwise, you can follow on Twitter. I realize that might be a little problematic for some of you in the audience today, but for those of you who have access to Twitter, I don't talk about my lunch or where I go on holiday. I talk about things like brands and sport and marketing and sponsorships and many, many other things besides that link to sport. For those of you who use WeChat, you've got my WeChat QR code there. Please feel free to scan it, and obviously feel free to connect if you can see some value in doing that. So let me begin by just providing you with, if you like, a very simple introduction to brands and sport. I've got 3 slides now that hopefully will illustrate the context in which I'm presenting today and provide some insight into what we will talk about a little later. Sport is incredibly powerful. And I'm going to give you 3 football examples in particular at the moment. And football in particular is incredibly powerful, not just amongst football fans, but I think across the world. And this confers immense value and immense power upon brands, meaning that many people are aware of brands, they recognize brands, unprompted recognition of brands. But not just that very often people have incredible loyalty to and affinity with brands, and certainly one of the big issues that repeatedly confront me when I'm working in organizations. If I think about UEFA, for example, the governing body of European football, people will very often straight away talk about particular brands and fan engagement with those brands. And this phrase fan engagement is a very important one in global sport right now. Building sustainable relationships with people that aren't just one-off transactions or even short-term relationships. They very often they're lifetime connections with brands and the organizations that those brands are associated with. So for example, I start off with Real Madrid logo. I guess that some of you instantaneously, just like this, will have been able to say, that's Real Madrid. So there is recognition there. But the reason that I use Real Madrid currently is the most valuable sports brand in the world. Some people might dispute that. There are other rankings that would suggest that other brands are more valuable in sport. But certainly Real Madrid is if not number 1, it's certainly top 3, and that is consistently the case. No matter where you go in the world, people know Real Madrid, and as I say, this kind of unprompted recall of brands and also the association that people have with brands and the values that people associate with these brands are very important. And in terms of recognition, obviously what we know is that in sport we very often don't have to say to people what this brand is, and so people's familiarity with, awareness of, engagement with, loyalty to particular brands is incredibly powerful. And so in this particular case, I guess I would imagine whoever is watching this, I probably don't need to tell you who or what this is. You instinctively know that it is. It's Adidas. I thought I'd better tell you just in case there's somebody in the audience who perhaps doesn't know that it's Adidas, but I guess pretty much all of you will have known that this is Adidas. So we know that sports brands are very, very powerful. And it's not just clubs and apparel, it's also people and their brands, their personal brands that are significant in sport. And if we think about some of the brands that we know, in 2020, this particular brand became the world's first football player brand to have generated $1 billion in commercial revenues during his career. So we're talking about big business, individuals as well as clubs, teams, apparel companies, and others are incredibly powerful, incredibly lucrative. And again, as we said with the previous slide, I probably didn't need to tell you that this was Adidas. In this particular case, I probably don't need to tell most of you that it's Cristiano Ronaldo. You just know that, and Cristiano Ronaldo is a brand. Clearly, what you can see in this particular photograph is lots of other brands too, because you'll see Jeep as another brand, a shirt sponsor. You have Juventus as a club brand. You have Adidas as a shirt brand. You'll notice on the sleeve, it says Respect. So Respect is a brand. It's a cause-related brand. But Respect is a project of UEFA, and UEFA are also brands. And if you think about UEFA, you then begin to talk about the Champions League and the Europa League. And again, you think about the Champions League and the associations and the recall the symbols, the logo, the music, the stars. That reinforces this case that sports brands are worth studying, are powerful, and are incredibly lucrative. So that's some background. Let me give you a little bit more background. I think for sport, there are two things that are very important right now. One is globalization. We know, for example, Cristiano Ronaldo's fans, those people who've engaged with the Cristiano Ronaldo brand, are not just in Portugal, not just Manchester, where Ronaldo is now playing. They are global. People globally are engaged with this brand. But I think what's really interesting about sports teams and sports personalities in general is, whilst there is an element of the global, there's also an element of the local too. And so we do know that Ronaldo is Portuguese and that he plays for the Portuguese national team, which is much more local. At the same time, we know that many Manchester United fans, Ronaldo's club, are based in Manchester. And so I think one of the challenges that professional sports team brands and professional athlete brands face is how to reconcile the global and the local. And I'll use this phrase glocalization without going into any detail at all. But I think for those of you who are interested in sports brands, getting to grips with and understanding glocalization, this global and local, is really important. As we'll see from my presentation in a short while, the element of digital is really key in the engagement with brands and in the licensing of brands. And I'm certainly going to use two examples of brand licensing activities in sport that specifically entail the use of digital platforms. And again, when I talk about digitalization, we could mention the metaverse. And if you're unfamiliar with the metaverse, I think it's a concept that you need to embrace as brand marketers. But I think at the same time, obviously, we need to talk about social media. We can talk about blockchain. We can talk about the internet of things, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and so on and so forth. So these two things together, globalization and digitalization, set in a very important context. And as we know, these two things together have been very powerful and influential in terms of effecting lifestyle change. So now consumers are engaging with brands on a different basis. They're engaging with different brands, full stop. So, and certainly some of the examples I'm going to use in a moment. Now, these companies didn't exist 10 years ago. So it's not just a case of engaging with brands differently. We're actually engaging with different brands to 10 years ago. How many of us were watching Netflix 10 years ago? So keep in mind that there are some very important lifestyle changes taking place. And connected or linked to that, there's this notion that I've mentioned already of fan engagement, building long-term sustainable relationships. There are some really interesting details that we could go into that I don't have time to today, but let me just give you one. The research, the current research tends to suggest that rather than engaging with a team, many sports consumers are now engaging with athletes. So when I was a kid, my father said to me, "This will be your team," and that is still my team. And I was born with the team, and I will die with the team. But what's interesting now is that, as I say, the research is illustrating for us, highlighting for us that rather than engaging with a team, we see a lot of youngsters, for example, saying, "I'm a Paris Saint-Germain fan." And you ask them, "Why are you a Paris Saint-Germain fan?" And they will say, "Because I like Kylian Mbappe." When Kylian Mbappe leaves Paris Saint-Germain, let's say he goes to Real Madrid, what we would increasingly expect to find is rather than the fans staying with Paris Saint-Germain, they will move with Kylian Mbappe. And that's a different phenomenon even to 10 years ago. What's really interesting about this is when you ask consumer groups like Generation Z consumers, why have you done this? They will say, because Mbappe was in my FIFA team. Some of you, maybe all, many of you may actually play the FIFA console game. That's a licensed product. That's a brand licensed product. But what it is doing is it's profoundly influencing the nature of fandom, the nature of sports fandom, football fandom, and the nature of fan engagement. So you can see there, global digital lifestyle, fan engagement, all intertwined with one another. The good news and the bad news, I think, from a sporting perspective, is that historically, sport has not taken branding very seriously. And I still think that in certain sections of the industry, people in sports still don't really understand branding. They still don't really understand marketing. And so you will find that even amongst some of the biggest sports clubs in the world, they can sometimes have a quite simplistic approach to branding and to licensing. And so I'm not going to say to you today that sport is necessarily at the forefront of some of the most important or cutting edge developments in marketing, because in many cases that's simply not the case. That said, I think there are some really interesting examples I'm going to use in a short while. So that's the bad news. The good news is that from a branding perspective and from a brand licensing perspective, there is considerable latent brand equity. Or to put it another way, sport could do more and is starting to do more. And the notion of branding and the development of brand licensing activities is beginning to mature and grow, and is becoming more commercially lucrative. And I guess for those of you in the audience who are listening to this and looking for opportunities to research in brand licensing in sport, or maybe you are working in the sector, or you're looking ahead to your career and perhaps contemplating entering sports marketing and working on branding for different types of sport organization, the next piece of good news, as I say, is that there are high levels of brand awareness and brand loyalty in sport. So I think in terms of the raw materials, as branders, there is a lot to work with. So let me just quickly begin by perhaps talking about just one or two cases of traditional licensing arrangements. And I guess one traditional licensing arrangement is the kind of kit deals that you would see. So I know, for example, in the Chinese Super League, the teams wear Nike, and the Chinese national teams wear Nike. Here is a case from the Japanese Football Association, its relationship with Adidas. And for many of us, that would be probably the most obvious licensing arrangement that a sports organization might have, is to provide kits, to provide apparel, to provide branded, some kind of branded merchandise. And certainly from my point of view as a kid, when I was a kid, I used to collect football stickers. Perhaps the most famous company in the world that is involved in this activity is Panini of Italy. Certainly I would get a Panini sticker book, and you get these little packs of stickers and you stick them into a sticker book. And this has been a very, very lucrative source of revenue for Panini, which is now the world's biggest sticker company. But at the same time, it's also a very powerful tool for clubs, for teams, for governing bodies, for competitions, for national associations, to engage audiences and also to generate revenues from these kinds of licensing activities. But I think these are very traditional ways of engaging in brand licensing. And what I want to do for the remainder of my presentation, I've specifically got 5 slides that I want to run through, is to talk about some of the more contemporary and looking ahead, some of these more, if you like, cutting edge developments in brand licensing, which I think you should be looking towards. Now, the first point on this slide, which you can see there, is licensing as a strategic alliance. That should really, in truth, be separate from the other 5. So the bottom 5 points there will link to the 5 examples I'm going to give. The top point, licensing as a strategic alliance, is a point that really I want to emphasize at this stage. Historically in sport, I think brand licensing has been seen purely as a transaction. It's been seen mostly as a revenue generating opportunity. What it hasn't been seen as is a platform for creating long-term strategic relationships with commercial partners and brands that not only generates revenues but delivers other business objectives too, other business goals too. And the examples that I'm going to give today really help to illustrate the point that brand licensing in sport is not just a case of selling things. It's not. There are multiple goals involved. These goals are strategic. They are longer term with a view to building closer, more sustainable relationships with, I'm going to use the word consumers, not fans. Now, I don't want to digress too much into the semantics of what's the difference between a consumer, a fan, a spectator, a supporter. But I think what I would invite you to do as you think about this presentation is, what is the difference between a consumer, a fan, a supporter, a spectator, a loyalist, somebody who sits at home and watches sport on TV, somebody who accesses sport content on their mobile device, somebody who actually goes to a stadium and watches a game. And what are the differences between these two people, and what are the consequences for branding and brand licensing? I'm not going to say anything more about that at this moment, but what I am going to do is to focus specifically on the 5 remaining points there. Sorry, if you're wondering what this is my clicker to change the presentation in front of me. So the first one I want to think about is brand licensing as a lifestyle marketing opportunity. Now, straight away, some of you in this room will be seeing Nike, Air Jordan, Paris Saint-Germain. And again, in terms of just those 3, Nike, Jordan, Paris Saint-Germain, you've got 3 brands. For those of you who are big fashion fans, you will know that the world of fashion at the moment, and this spills over into lifestyle. We talked a little earlier about lifestyle, is collaborations are very important. And certainly if you look at the way that Paris Saint-Germain is working with its brand licensing partners, such as Nike and Jordan, what they are seeking to do is to essentially create a brand lifestyle proposition that is targeted especially at millennial and Generation Z consumers, urban Generation Z and millennial consumers. And so instead of, back in the old days, you might have a star footballer or a star basketball player who would sign a contractual arrangement with a shoe provider. I think we've now moved on from that, and it's no longer just a case of a kit deal or a shoe deal. It's much more about working collaboratively together, perhaps involving multiple brands through various licensing arrangements to create this lifestyle, this fashion proposition through collaboration. And the Jordan, Paris Saint-Germain is just one example. There are other examples. Some of you may be familiar with, for example, Adidas and Pharrell Williams, which was a very successful, very lucrative brand licensing arrangement that, again, about lifestyle and music and entertainment collaboration. The next one that I'm going to illustrate for you is licensing as a place marketing opportunity. Now, the interesting thing about, if we take a club like Manchester United as a club essentially is founded upon 11 people who kick a ball. And the unfortunate thing about these 11 people who kick a ball is that they're human beings, and they play games every Saturday. And normally these games take place in Manchester. And if these people are kicking a ball in Manchester every Saturday, it means that they can't be in places like China on a regular basis. And so really this creates some challenges in terms of maintaining engagement between Manchester United fans in China and the club back in Manchester. And certainly some of the research that I've been involved in doing is remote fans can become disengaged. We know that very often they're unhappy that they may only get to see Manchester United playing in China every 2 or 3 years. And so what the response of Manchester United to that has been is to work with a local agent in China through a licensing arrangement. And what we're now seeing is the creation of Manchester United experience centers. So this particular experience center, the last time I was in Beijing, which was pre-pandemic, obviously, I went to see this place and it exists, it's there. But what you can do is you can go to an area of Beijing just below Tiananmen Square, very, very close to Tiananmen Square, 300 or 400 meters away, and there is a Manchester United Experience Center. And so this is a tourism destination. It is an entertainment and leisure venue. It's also a lifestyle marketing opportunity, but it's also a brand licensing activity too. And so I think, again, for those of you who know anything about sport and you think about fandom and you think about the way in which people and fans across the world engage with sports club brands, this is a great way of sustaining engagement with fans at times when those 11 players, those 11 human beings simply can't be somewhere else in the world. I'm next going to say a little something about licensing as a global franchising opportunity. Now, this particular case, if you don't know this football club, don't worry, don't feel bad about that, because I didn't really know anything about this football club up until earlier in the year. But what I want to alert you to is another Manchester football club, Manchester City. Manchester City is now owned by a combination of the Abu Dhabi government, China Media Capital, and Silver Lake, which is a US private equity investor. And what these three owners have done collectively together is they've taken Manchester City, they've created an organization, City Football Group, and City Football Group are now engaged in developing a franchise network across the world. So some of you will know, for example, in China, there is Chengdu City, which is part of the City Football Group franchise network. But the interesting thing is that whilst City Football Group are the sole shareholders in Chengdu, in the case of Club Atlético Torque in Uruguay, essentially what has happened is City Football Group has sold the brand licensing rights to Club Atlético Torque, so that the club is now rebranded as Montevideo City Torque. And some of you will know that Montevideo is the capital city of Uruguay. So City Football Group doesn't own this club, but what it has done is to license its name to Club Atlético Torque. So it is conceivable, for example, that we could see Real Madrid Shanghai, with Real Madrid selling the license to use its name in China, involving a local organization. This is new. This is really, really new. And I'm not suggesting it's about to massively proliferate, but I thought it was really interesting to mention this because I think it's a really, really cool and really smart move. But we know there are other franchising networks in sport around the world. So Red Bull, for example. So we know that Red Bull has multiple sports franchises across the world. Again, it's entirely conceivable that in Hong Kong we could see Red Bull Hong Kong as a football team, for example. who knows, possibly entering the Chinese Super League at some stage in the future. So I think this is a really interesting area that we should keep looking at. We talked earlier about digitalization and the metaverse and Netflix and the Internet of Things and social media and so on and so forth. And so my next observation is about licensing as a digital content opportunity. So last season in the English Premier League, what we had was an Amazon original documentary series called All or Nothing, focusing on Tottenham Hotspur. Previously, this has happened with Arsenal, it's happened with Manchester City, it's happened with Sunderland. But essentially what we're now getting is, I'll use the word, an explosion in media corporations utilizing sport as a source of content, and football clubs signing brand licensing arrangements with these media corporations to permit these corporations to use their name, to use their logos, to use their IP in the creation and broadcast of this content. But I think what we are going to see in future years is this will continue to grow and develop. And what we're even beginning to see now is even Hollywood A-list actors acquiring European sports clubs as the basis for generating content, which can then be used in films, in documentary series, in TV program generation, and so forth. So this is something that I think is big already, but is going to get bigger. And certainly in commercial terms, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of hype, a lot of expectation around the world right now about this kind of activity. And to take that kind of one step further on, if I could highlight to you one example, which I think is an example of licensing as a metaverse opportunity. And again, I use this word metaverse, and I would recommend that if you're unfamiliar with it, that you do take a closer look at it. So what you have here in this particular example is a company, Socios.com. And Socios.com is essentially a digital corporation using blockchain technology to offer non-fungible tokens to football fans, which football fans buy using Socios cryptocurrency, which is called Chiliz. So Socios and Chiliz are the key commercial terms in there, but I've mentioned several things in there. So blockchain, non-fungible tokens, cryptocurrency. There is huge speculation, huge hype, a frenzy, if I can use that word, around non-fungible tokens, cryptocurrency, and sport. One of the clients that Socios is now working with is Arsenal, and they've signed a brand licensing arrangement. So Socios is using the Arsenal name in various activities in which it's engaged. For those of you who want an example of a non-fungible token and cryptocurrency, let's imagine Arsenal wants to rename its stadium. What Socios allows Arsenal to do is to put the new name of the stadium to a fan vote. So Socios can set this up. Dear fan, dear Arsenal fan, do you want the stadium to be called number 1, this, number 2, this, number 3, this? And then fans vote on this. But to be able to participate in the vote, fans have to buy the vote using the Chiliz cryptocurrency, which belongs to Socios. Now, what this means is that Arsenal makes money every time it has a vote. but so too does Socios. And that is their business model. They take a percentage of the revenue every time a club like Arsenal has a vote. It's not just Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain is also contracted with Socios. Inter Milan in Italy is contracted with Socios. Inter Milan even has Socios as its new shirt sponsor for the 2021-22 season. So this is a really major development. It is not without controversy. A lot of football fans are resisting this vehemently, and they're very critical of it. And so there are a whole series of issues around this particular brand licensing arrangement. And at that point, just to say, I could probably talk for another 3 days about brands and sport and football, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to conclude that I think branding is central to a lot of what commercial sport is doing today. I think sport in branding and commercial terms has been very slow to get started. But certainly over the last 25 years, sport clubs, sport teams, sport organizations, governing bodies, competitions, even nations, athletes are taking branding and brand licensing much more seriously. But I think, as we've seen through the examples that I've used, there are some real hot spots right now, really interesting opportunities from a commercial perspective, potentially very lucrative. From an academic perspective, really this is barren territory. This is territory in which there is tremendous scope to engage in really, really interesting, groundbreaking, value-adding, unique research. And so for anybody who's interested in this field, I would encourage you to engage with it as a researcher, as a business person, as a sport fan. And just to say that, going back to my earlier point, if you do want to make contact with me, I'm always very happy to talk about such matters. I'll go back to the slide in just a moment, but can I say thank you everybody for listening to me. And if you do want to make contact with me, then you are welcome to do so. Reiterate again, that's my email address. That's my Twitter name, and by all means do scan my WeChat QR code and connect. Okay, thank you very much.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be in the second International Licensing Summit on Brand Licensing and IP Management.
好犀利，咁咧就 咁所以咧就可唔可以？我哋做嗰深度嘅研究，同埋喺每一個國家即係裏邊嘅消費者咧，佢哋嗰個購買嘅傾向，即係我哋嘅 shopping orientation 英文啦，購買導向係點咧？係咪好品牌導向啊，定係價格導向等等？我哋進行呢一方面研究。咁因為時間問題咧，我呢啲 finding 咧好詳細咧，都係會喺我哋嗰個報告裏邊咧詳細交代嘅。咁我哋呢度只係好簡單用1分鐘嘅時間咧，就將嗰個我哋嗰個 finding 咧即係同大家溫一次啊。1分鐘，1分鐘，你見到係有1500幾 ，OK。咁咧我哋咧喺一個受型品牌嚟講咧，咁多地方嚟講咧，最受歡迎嘅受型品牌產品嘅 category 咧，包括呢個 fashion 啦，包括呢個shoes 啦，同埋呢個 cosmetic。咁其後咧先至係嗰個日用品啊 ，consumer electronic 等等。呢樣唔喐啊 ？OK。咁另外咧，對香港，因為我呢個 project 咧亦都係協助香港嘅品牌點樣利用品牌授權咧去走出去香港，去甚至將呢個香港品牌咧往東南亞國家去推廣。咁呢個，所以我哋進行咗個研究咧，就係問佢哋點樣睇嚟自香港品牌咧有咩特性咧，有咩好處咧？咁好開心咧，就係話東南亞嘅消費者咧對香港嘅品牌咧係有相當多嘅好感嘅，特別係覺得香港品牌喺邊有幾個方面係做得好嘅，一個好好嘅quality 啦，係一個嗰個功能上 good functional performance 都好好啦，同埋嗰個價格好實惠啦，好值得信任嘅 durable reliable 嘅。咁呢個係一個好有趣嘅發現咧，就係咧反而係嚟自廣州嘅消費者同埋台灣嘅消費者咧，對香港嗰個品牌嘅接受性咧，即係仲冇係東南亞國家咁好。咁我諗呢個可能係過去嗰幾年咧，係香港嗰個政治社會嘅情況啊。咁呢個係值得我哋思考。咁但係咧，無論點咧，你睇東南亞國家咧，就係對香港品牌係有好感嘅。咁呢個可能係香港嘅品牌 brand owners 咧，可能多注意同埋可以利用嘅。OK。基本上咧係如果係我哋咁多個地方嘅消費者咧，本來我哋喺從零售上嘅區分咧，有一個所謂 shopping orientation， 所講購買導向咧，係我哋分四大群組嘅。咁邊4大群組咧？一個咧就係頭先講過購物導向，第二咧就係價格導向，第三就係服務導向，即係 leisure， 即係我哋叫 leisure orientation， 即係話佢哋比較覺視呢個購物咧係一種享受，好享受嗰個過程嘅。咁另外仲有一個咧叫 planner。咁你會睇到咧，我哋通過一個分析之後，發覺咧喺東南亞嘅消費者咧，基本上咧係嗰個 leisure oriented 呢個 group 係最細嘅。而換言之咧，佢係好多係屬於 brand oriented 同埋呢個price oriented， 即係佢比較注重價格，比較注重品牌。 OK，咁少部分人咧係 planner，但係反而咧係唔似得我哋喺其他地方做咧，好似香港做啊等等咧。香港比較多一啲人咧屬於叫做 leisure oriented，即係佢冇嘢咧都係行街購物 ，window shopping，然之後咧就去中意，即係唔一定買嘢啊。咁因為我哋分佢呢幾班人嘅時候咧，係對嗰個 marketing 咧係有唔同嘅做法嘅做品牌啊。咁總體而言咧，我哋好詳細嘅嘢咧，會喺我哋嗰個報告嗰度係會詳細交代。OK， 咁最主要嘅 management implication 咧，就包括咧，我哋第一咧就係話香港嘅品牌咧應該有信心係可以掌握喺呢個機會咧去東南亞。第二咧同埋咧係知道咧香港嗰個品牌嘅俾人優點咧就係頭先嗰幾點quality 啊。durable 啊 ，good performance 啊等等，呢個多啲利用啊，咁同埋因為呢啲幾樣嘢咧，對我哋實際上咧，頭先所講嘅購物傾向咧，就係如果去東南亞市場做嘅時候咧，我哋更加多嘅我哋所謂嘅 investment 咧，應該喺嗰個產品嘅質量功能上邊，同埋去做好品牌嗰個廣告嗰個市場溝通，話定咧係可能俾更加多嘅力量咧，係喺個服務上邊咁樣啊，咁。因為佢哋暫時嗰個消費者咧，可能未到嗰個咁高嘅要求，所以我哋 high quality life 嗰個層次，咁所以就對嗰個服務啊，所以 window shopping 嘅 process 咧就係冇咁睇重。OK， 咁第二咧就係licensed brand product 咧係喺呢個好多嘅呢幾個東南亞國家咧都係好接受嘅。OK， 頭先冇俾大家睇嘅咧就係而喺接受嘅品牌當中咧，基本上咧係。最優先考慮嘅咧，佢哋會係美國同埋呢個歐洲嘅品牌。第二咧就係呢個日本嘅品牌。咁跟住先至係到中國同埋呢個南韓嘅品牌。即係換言之咧，就係話喺嚟自中國品牌咧，亦都如果咧我哋香港人幫到佢手嘅時候咧，係可以吸引到佢好多人嚟香港，藉香港呢個跳板咧，將佢哋嘅品牌咧帶去東南亞市場嘅。OK， 呢幾個都係好重要一啲嘅 finding 咧，我哋會喺我哋嘅 report 裏邊咧係詳細交代。咁我呢度只係做一個開頭，就希話俾作為一個賣廣告式嘅作報告，就係話你哋有興趣嘅時候咧，係多啲留意我哋嗰個報告。咁我哋出個報告嘅時候咧，應該就喺9月底會出㗎啦。咁跟住咧，我哋會將個報告咧 upload 上我哋呢個 project 嘅website 裏邊。到時我哋都會將相關資料咧俾pass to 有興趣嘅同埋每次嘅工作坊呢個高峰論壇嘅參與者咧去考慮。咁我哋一個research 咧係主要咧係有除咗我哋理工大學同埋呢個里昂商學院之外咧，我哋係亦都係獲得呢個台灣嘅成功大學啊，新加坡嘅社會科學大學啊，同埋呢個印尼嘅 Binus University， 即係以及廣東即係喺廣州嘅廣東財經大學咧。嘅團隊咧係一齊幫我哋做嘅，喺度咧對佢哋嘅協助咧再次表示感謝。OK 咁最後咧今日唔好意思，因為我哋嗰個好多人都好講好多嘢。OK 咁另外我哋因為頭先嗰啲presentation 咧都係錄播好嘅，咁所以咧就係唔可以 cut 短佢。咁亦都好多謝你咁多位堅持到而家。OK 咁喺度咧我就宣告咧今日我哋個高峰論壇咧結束。OK。多謝各位，同埋我哋最後咧，亦都好感謝咧，就係工貿處幾派同事卡倫咧喺度，即係一路陪住我哋，係支持我哋，多謝你嚇。OK， 好喺度我哋宣布散會，多謝大家。唔好意思啊，你多咗咁多嘢。